The wind carries with it the smell of salt and seaweed, a tang that fills the air and clings to the skin, the way an old memory might cling to your mind. There's something ancient about it, something that makes the breath catch in your throat. Like Joe, it's not just the sea you smell, but the weight of all that's gone before. Greetings, my weary wanderers, those of you whose hearts are as restless as the tides themselves. Imagine, if you will, a world before the comfort of solid ground beneath your feet, when even the most confident of men, those whose hands had carved kingdoms from nothing but the sharpness of their swords, still found themselves trembling at the edge of the endless water. It was the year 793, and the northern winds carried whispers across the fjords. You stand at the water's edge, gazing out at the dark, merciless horizon. Your ship, a long and slender vessel of wood, awaits. The figurehead of your ship, perhaps a dragon, is carved to strike terror into the hearts of those who might see it on the waves. But there is no comfort in this, not today. Today, the sea is not a path to adventure. It is a force to fear. Have you ever wondered what it felt like to stand before the sea with nothing but your faith in your craft and the men around you? How, despite your strength and courage, the waters still send shivers down your spine. The sea is not like land. It is unpredictable, cruel. Its mood changes like the fluttering of a bird's wing. And even the greatest warriors among the Vikings, whose spirits were forged in the harshest winters and bloodiest battles, could not deny the terror that gripped them when they set sail. It is not the waves that scare them most. No, it is the uncertainty, the way the sea can turn without warning, from a placid mirror to a roaring beast, with no rhyme or reason. And then there is the darkness, an endless night beneath the world's own weight, where the sun disappears for months, swallowed by the black sky. There is nothing to guide you, nothing but the stars, and even those are swallowed up by the clouds. In this place, your very soul is at the mercy of forces greater than any king or warrior. The silence of the night is deafening, broken only by the creak of wood and the occasional whisper of men huddled in fear. The feeling of being so far from land, where there is no safe haven to retreat to, presses against your chest like the weight of 1,000 stones. As you look around at the faces of your comrades, you see the same fear reflected in their eyes. The men of the north, hardened by the cold and in battle, still flinch at the thought of the sea. They are not afraid of death, not in the way most men are, but of the slow, unforgiving end the sea can bring. There is no glorious battle, no last stand, just a long, drawn-out struggle against a force that cannot be controlled. Can you hear it? The wind whistling through the rigging, the sound of water lapping at the ship's hull. Each wave that crashes against your ship feels like a warning. You tighten your grip on the oar, the wood rough beneath your fingers, the cold biting at your skin. And yet, there is no turning back. You have no choice but to sail, to face the thale, to face the unknown, to surrender yourself to the sea's will. It is in this quiet terror that the Viking warriors of old learned to endure, not through courage alone, but through the understanding that to face the sea was to face their own mortality, and that to face their own mortality. Yet they sailed anyway. The morning mist lingers over the sea, a soft, haunting fog that swallows the horizon whole. It has been hours, perhaps longer, since you left the shore behind, the jagged cliffs of your homeland slowly fading into the distant. The only thing that remains constant is the motion of the ship, its creaking, the steady rhythm of oars cutting through the water, and the whispers of the men around you. The smell of salt water is sharper now, stinging your nostrils, the taste of it lingering on your lips. You can feel it seeping into your bones, an old enemy that knows no loyalty. You hear the wind low and steady as it tugs at the sail, but it is not enough to fill the ship with the speed you need. It feels as though the sea itself is holding you back, as if it knows that you are not ready for the journey that lies ahead. It is not the sight of vast ocean that brings fear to your heart. It is the unknown. The sea is not like the land On land, you can always see where you are going. You can know what lies ahead, even if you cannot see it clearly. But here, on the water, you are adrift in the middle of a vast emptiness. There are no markers, no landmarks, no certainty. Even the best navigators, the ones who could read the sky like a map, were never entirely sure of where they were or where they were going. In the year 793, when the Vikings first turned their ships toward the distant shores of England, they were not simply like searching for treasure or conquest. They were searching for something more, something they could never fully name. Perhaps it was the thrill of the unknown or the lure of distant lands, but the sea called to them in ways that nothing on land could. And yet, for all its power and beauty, the sea was always a source of fear. There is something ancient about the sea, something that no man, no matter how strong or brave, can ever fully conquer. Have you ever wondered what it was like to sail with that fear heavy in your chest, knowing that you were at the mercy of something greater than you? The Vikings understood this fear, but they did not let it stop them. They learned to live with it, to accept it as part of the journey, for they knew that there was no way to avoid it. There are many ways the sea could claim a man's life, and most of them were slow. It was not a quick death, like the bite of a sword or the strike of an AC. No, the sea was patient. It would wear you down, bit by bit, until you could no longer fight. The endless rocking of the boat, the damp cold that seeped into your bones, the constant threat of storms, all of these would slowly break even the most hardened men. And then there was the great terror of storms. The wind howled like a wolf on a hunt, and the waves grew into monstrous walls of water, each one taller than the ship itself. The longship, designed for speed and agility, was not made to endure the wrath of a storm. It was a light, swift vessel built for raiding and unmanned, exploring, not for braving the fury of the open sea. The storm would come without warning, as if the sea itself had grown tired of your defiance. The sky would darken, and the clouds would gather like an army, pressing down on the ship until there was nothing left but the storm. The waves crashed against the sides, sending water spilling over the deck, while the wind screamed through the rigging, threatening to tear the ship apart. In those moments, the men would clutch the sides of the boat, their knuckles white with fear. The roar of the storm drowned out all other sounds, and yet through the chaos there would always be the soft rhythmic sound of the oars, men pulling, pushing, trying to hold the ship steady. But the sea was unforgiving. The storm raged on, relentless, until it was done. When it passed, the ship would be battered, the men exhausted, but that fear, that terror would remain in their hearts, waiting for the next time the sea would show its teeth. Even the hardiest Vikings, who had faced down swords and axes with no more than a fierce growl, could not shake the feeling that the sea was a force they could never fully control. The men would speak of the storms in hushed voices, their words laced with the knowledge that they had survived, but only just. They would talk of how the sea seemed to have a mind of its own, as though it were alive, and how it could take a man without warning, without mercy. There was no honor in dying at sea, not like in battle. At least in battle, a man's death had meaning, but at sea, death was senseless, random. It came without reason, without justice. For all their strength and courage, the Vikings were not immune to the sea's wrath. They might have feared it, but they also respected it, and it was that respect that made them great sailors. They knew that the sea was a realm of both wonder and terror, a place where men could find glory or perish without a trace. Past the endless horizon stretches before you, never changing. The sun, weak and distant, dips below the edge of the world, and the night stretches on, dark and cold. The men huddle together for warmth, wrapped in their cloaks, their faces hollow with exhaustion. There is no light out here, save for the faint glow of the stars above, but even those seem distant, unreachable. The moon, too, is hidden behind thick clouds, leaving you in a shadowed world where time itself seems to stretch and bend. Have you ever wondered what it felt like to be out there on the water when the night seemed to last forever, when the world was so far removed from the warmth of home that it felt as though you had crossed into another realm entirely. The sea, in its vastness, makes the world feel small, insignificant, and yet, in that smallness, there is a certain peace. The kind of peace that only comes when you know that there is nothing more to be done, nothing more to fight. But then, just when you think you can stand the quiet no longer, a distant cry breaks the stillness. It is not a cry of terror, but of warning, a single voice raised in the darkness, calling out to the others. The ship lurches, and the men scramble to their feet, their eyes wide with confusion. Something is wrong. The sea, it seems, has decided it is time to test them once more. The terror is real. It is not a fear that can be reasoned with or understood. It is the kind of fear that grips a man's heart and makes him forget everything but the need to survive. The kind of fear that has kept the Vikings from fully conquering the sea, no matter how many times they set out on its waters. For the sea, in the end, is an unpredictable force, a creature with a mind of its own. The moon rises slowly from behind a veil of clouds, its pale light casting an eerie glow across the water. The air is thick with salt, and the once calming rhythm of the waves now feels like an ominous drum beat, each splash against the hull echoing louder in the growing darkness. The sea seems different now, heavier, as if it has grown impatient with the men who sail on it. A hush falls over the crew as the whisper of the wind dies down, leaving an unsettling stillness that presses against your chest like a weight. The men glance at each other, their faces hardened from years of battle and hardship, yet now there is no hiding the unease that flickers in their eyes. Hands gripping the side of the ship, the silence stretches on. The waves have softened, but the chill in the air is sharper now, and the sea seems to hold its breath, waiting. The sky above, once an expanse of unyielding blackness, is now a swirling mass of clouds, and the distant stars, the very ones that have guided countless Viking warriors on their voyages, are all but hidden. You try to steady your breath, but there is something about the way the ocean stretches before you, endless and unknowable, that makes you feel as though you are standing at the edge of the world. Have you ever wondered what it would be like to feel so small beneath the vast expanse of the sea? To know that, no matter how many men are gathered around you, no matter how strong or capable they might be, there is nothing that can shield you from the deep waters beneath you. There are no walls, no fortresses, no weapons to protect you here. The sea is a realm where strength means little, where even the fiercest warrior can be lost to the abyss in the blink of an eye. And for all the stories of glory and triumph on the water, there is an unspoken truth. There is no glory to be found in the sea when it decides to take what it wants. In the year 793, when the Vikings first set their sights on distant lands, they had yet to fully grasp the true danger of the sea. They knew of its power, of course. They had heard the old tales passed down by their ancestors about ships swallowed whole by storms, about men lost to the waves without a trace. But those stories were often told in whispers, as if by speaking them aloud, they might somehow invite the very terror they described. Yet now, here on the water, there is no room for myths or bravado. There is only the sea and its ever-present threat. The sea was more than just a path for the Vikings. It was both a life-giving force and a death-dealing one. The same waves that brought them to new lands, to new adventures and conquests, were the very same that could tear them apart, scattering their bodies to the four winds. In truth, many Viking raids were not about treasure or glory at all, but about survival for those who lived by the sea, who built their homes beside it. The sea was as familiar as the land beneath their feet. But even the most experienced sailor could not deny the trepidation that swirled within when the wind shifted, when the sky darkened, and when the waters grew cold and unforgiving. The Viking ships, sleek and swift, were designed to cut through the waves with ease. They were built for speed, not for battling the fury of storms. And yet, time and time again, the Vikings would take their ships into the open sea, drawn by the promise of wealth, new lands, and the thrill of exploration. Would set out with the wind in their sails, their hearts full of anticipation, only to find themselves at the mercy of forces beyond their control. In those moments, when the waves rose higher than the ship's mast, and the storm howled like a beast in the night, the men would cling to whatever they could, ropes, barrels, each other, hoping to keep the ship steady, to stay afloat just a little longer. Their faces, once bold and determined, would now be drawn in fear, their eyes wide with fear, unspoken recognition that, no matter how many battles they had fought, no matter how many enemies they had slain, they were helpless here. Have you ever wondered what it would be like to hear the storm's fury in the distance, knowing that it was headed straight for you, to feel the ship groan beneath you, straining against the waves, and hear the snap of the sails as the wind picks up, relentless and unforgiving? The men would work tirelessly, pulling the oars, steering the ship through the churning sea, but in the back of their minds, they all knew the sea could claim them at any moment. It could take them without warning, without care for their strength or their resolve. The terror was not just in the storms, though. The sea could be as dangerous when it was calm as when it was angry. There were those who spoke of the creatures that lurked beneath the surface, of the monsters that could drag a man down into the depths without a sound. In the quiet, when the fall wind slowed, and the waves were mere ripples, the Vikings would still be afraid, their senses heightened by the unnerving silence. The sea was a place where the unknown reigned supreme, where every whisper of water could be the prelude to something terrifying. The tales of sea serpents, of giant fish, and sea monsters were not just the ramblings of superstitious old men. They were based in truth. The Vikings knew that the sea could hide anything beneath its surface. When you sailed its surface waters, you were sailing into the realm of the gods. And just as the gods could be kind and benevolent, so too could they be vengeful and cruel. The Viking way of life was steeped in a belief that fate, destiny, and the will of the gods shaped everything. And when you set sail on the sea, you were leaving your fate in the hands of those unseen powers. But it was not just the threats of the sea that filled the Vikings with dread. It was also the endless isolation. Days would pass, one after another, with no land in sight. The only sounds would be the constant creak of the ship's timbers, the steady dip of the oars, and the occasional muttered word from a comrade. When you were out on the water, you were disconnected from a car, the world, untethered from the familiar rhythms of life, the safety of home, the warmth of the hearth, the comfort of friends and family. All of it was a distant memory. Out there, in the vast nothingness, you were at the mercy of the sea, and that sea could be a cruel mistress. As the days stretched on, and the men grew tired from the constant struggle to keep the ship steady, the fear that had been quiet at first began to grow. It was a subtle thing, creeping into the hearts of even the heart's strongest warriors. It began as a flicker, a glance toward the horizon, a shift in the way the men spoke to one another. But over time, that flicker turned into something darker, something that no amount of bravado could extinguish. It was the fear of being lost, of being swallowed whole by the sea, with no one to remember your name, no one to speak of your fate. And yet, for all the terror it brought, the sea also had a strange pull. There was something intoxicating about it. It seemed to promise freedom, the way it stretched out before you, endless and full of possibility. Perhaps that was why the Vikings, even in the face of such danger, kept coming back to it, kept sailing further and further from home. Because into the end, they knew that there was nothing more powerful than the call of the sea. It was a call that could never truly be ignored. The ship glides steadily through the water now, the wind having softened to a gentle whisper, just enough to fill the sail and keep the ship moving forward. but the stillness that follows the storm carries with it a different kind of tension. A slow, almost oppressive silence that hangs in the air. The crew, tired from the ordeal, now huddle in small groups, wrapped in their cloaks, their faces shadowed by the gray sky that seems to stretch endlessly above them. The sun, obscured by a thick blanket of clouds, offers no warmth. The sea, too, is indifferent, its once menacing waves now reduced to gentle ripples that brush softly against the ship's hull. Have you ever found yourself in the quiet after the storm, when the world seems to hold its breath, waiting for something you cannot name? It is a strange sensation to be surrounded by such emptiness, as if the world has paused for a moment, and you are caught in its stillness, with no way to predict what comes next. The sea, though calm now, holds its mystery, its endless depths, hiding unknown secrets, its surface smooth like a mirror that reflects only what you dare to see. As the days wear on, you grow accustomed to the rhythm of the sea, the creak of the timbers, the steady push of the oars, the occasional groan of the ship as it shifts beneath the weight of the wind, and yet the fear lingers, always there, like a shadow that moves just out of sight. It is a fear not of the storm or the waves, but of something deeper, something born of the very vastness of the ocean itself. The fear that, despite all your strength, despite all your skill as a sailor, you are utterly powerless in the face of what lies ahead. It is hard to describe this fear to someone who has never sailed this fear. It is not a fear of death, not the kind that grips you when you face an enemy on the battlefield. No, this fear is different. It is the fear of being lost, not just physically, but spiritually, of drifting away from the world you know and disappearing into the endless unknown. In the silence of the sea, with no land to guide you, it is easy to lose yourself. The vast expanse of water, the endless horizon, makes you feel small, insignificant, like a mere speck upon the world. The Vikings, their strength and valor, were not immune to this fear. They too felt the terror that the sea invoked, though they would never speak of it aloud. They were men of the north, warriors forged in the fires of battle, and yet when they sailed upon the sea, they were at the mercy of forces beyond their control. The sea did not care for their swords or their shields. It did not care for their strength. All the sea cared for was its own will, and sometimes, when the winds shifted or the waves rose high, it felt as though the sea was reminding them of this. There were times when the fear was so palpable that it could almost be tasted on the air, a sharp tang that made your throat dry and your stomach churn. The men would speak in low voices, their words laced with the knowledge that they were on the brink of something they could not comprehend. And yet, despite it all, they would sail on, driven by the same restlessness that had led them to the sea in the first place. For the Vikings, the sea was both a terror and a temptation. It offered freedom, but it also demanded sacrifice, called to them with promises of glory and riches, but it also took without warning, swallowing the unwary and the unlucky in its depths. As the ship moves steadily onward, the sky shifts again, the clouds breaking just enough to let through a pale sliver of sunlight. The men stir, their faces lifted toward the light, but it is fleeting. A sudden chill fills the air, and the breeze picks up, tugging at the sails and sending a fresh ripple across the water. It is not a storm, not yet, but not. There is something about the way the wind moves, something that makes you uneasy. You have learned over the years to trust the sea's moods. It can be calm one moment and then, in an instant, change into something darker, something more dangerous. Have you ever noticed how the air shifts before a storm, how it grows heavy, charged with a strange energy, as though the world is bracing itself for something? There is a particular weight to it, a heaviness that sits deep in your chest, reminding you that the sea is never truly still, never truly safe. The fear comes not just from the storms themselves, but from the knowledge that, at any moment, the very calm could shatter, and you would be cast into the maelstrom once again. The men around you begin to prepare themselves, though none speak of it openly. They know what is coming. The ship, with its narrow beam and light frame, is not built for storms. The Vikings had designed it for speed, for raiding, for exploration, not for surviving the fury of nature at its most unforgiving. The longship was a marvel of craftsmanship, its sleek hull cutting through the waves with ease, but it was fragile in its own way. When the waves rose high enough, when the wind howled strong enough, the ship would falter, its timbers groaning under the strain, its sides groaning with the pressure of the ocean's might. The men who sailed with you are not strangers to danger. They have fought in battles, faced down armies, and conquered lands. But none of that means anything when the sea decides to show its power. The sea does not care for their weapons, their courage, or their pride. Though their pride is a realm where even the greatest warriors are humble, a place where the rules of land and battle do not apply. The sea, in its infinite vastness, does not judge strength. It simply exists, and sometimes that is enough to undo even the mightiest of men. As the ship continues to move forward, the wind picks up once more, stronger now, pulling at the rigging and snapping the sails. The sea grows more restless, the once gentle waves rising higher, their dark tops foaming as they crash against the ship's hull. The men strain against the wind, their hands pulling the ropes tighter, their faces set in grim determination. They know what is coming, but there is no turning back. The sea, it seems, has decided that it is time for them to face its fury once more. The storm arrives without warning, as it always does. The wind roars in from the west, fierce and unrelenting, pushing against the ship with a force that makes the timbers creak and groan. The waves grow taller, crashing against the sides of the ship with a sound like thunder. The crew works quickly, pulling the oars, steering the ship as best as they can, but the storm is relentless, a swirling mass of water and wind that seems to have no end. It is not the storm that terrifies you most, though. It is the sense of helplessness, the knowledge that, despite all your efforts, the sea could still claim you. Have you ever felt that kind of helplessness? When you know that there is nothing you can do to stop what is coming, when the world seems to close in around you, and all you can do is hold on and hope. The men around you are silent now, their faces set in grim determination, their eyes fixed on the waves. They are warriors, men who have faced death on the battlefield and come through unscathed. But even they, in the face of this storm, cannot deny the fear that grips them, for they know, as you do, that the sea is a force greater than any warrior's strength, greater than any weapon. It is a force of nature, and when it decides to strike, there is no escaping its wrath. The ship pitches violently as the storm grows in strength, the waves crashing against the wooden hull with a force that threatens to tear it apart. The crew, though skilled, are struggling to keep the ship steady, their faces drawn with exhaustion, movements frantic but precise. The wind howls, carrying with it the bitter sting of salt, biting at the skin and making it difficult to breathe. The sea, once calm and inviting, has transformed into an angry beast, clawing at the ship with its unrelenting force. There is a strange sense of weightlessness as the ship surges upward, riding the crest of a massive wave. For a brief moment, the world seems to hang in the balance, time stretching out, every sound amplified, every motion slow and deliberate. The ship's hull groans in protest as it slips down the other side, crashing into the water with a thunderous roar that shakes the very bones of the crew. You feel the cold saltwater spray, the bitter taste of it seeping into your mouth as you brace yourself against the storm's fury. Have you ever been caught in the grip of such a storm, when the very air seems to scream at you, when the sea feels alive and intent on pulling you under? In those moments, it is not just the ship that feels fragile, It is your very existence, the certainty of solid ground of the world you know, slips away, leaving only the raw, primal fear that comes from being at the mercy of the elements. It is a fear that no man, no matter how fierce, can fully conquer. It is the kind of terror that leaves you questioning your place in the world, the kind that makes you realize, if only for a moment, how small and fragile you truly are. Through the howling wind and the crashing waves, the men are shouting now, their voices barely audible over the roar of the storm. Some are struggling to keep the ship on course, their hands steady on the ropes, while others are pulling the oars with all their might, desperately trying to maintain their speed. Yet, no matter how hard they work, the sea seems to mock them, its waves growing higher and higher, its wind stronger and stronger. The ship feels as though it is caught in the jaws of a great beast, each wave a massive claw that threatens to rip it apart. It is not a storm like any other. This storm is not a challenge. It is a reckoning. It is the sea itself demanding respect, reminding the Vikings that no matter how far they have come, no matter how strong their ships or their warriors, they are always vulnerable to the whims of the deep. And then, with a deafening crack, the ship is struck by a wave so powerful that it feels as though the very sky has fallen upon you. The crew lurches forward, and for a terrifying moment, you fear that the ship will break apart. The timbers of the ship groan under the water, and the sails snap like a whip in the wind. The oars are pulled from their places, the ship tilting dangerously to one side. The world becomes a blur of water, wood, and men scrambling to hold on to anything they can. In the chaos, your heart races, the fear palpable, as if the storm itself has taken control of your body. The men shout, their voices frantic, but you cannot hear them over the low roar of the sea. The ship creaks and groans beneath you, its timbers straining against the onslaught. Each wave that crashes against the ship feels like a reminder that the sea can take everything away. Your ship, your comrades, your life, without a moment's hesitation. In the back of your mind, a thought lingers. The men who had sailed before you, those who had crossed these same waters, who had braved the same storms, had they felt this same terror? Did they too cling to the edges of their ships, praying for the storm to pass, hoping to survive just a little longer? The Vikings were known for their strength, their courage, and their unshakable will, but the sea, it seems, has a way of stripping away even the bravest men's resolve, leaving only raw fear in its wake. Have you ever wondered, in the darkest of moments, what drives men to face such dangers over and over again? The Vikings, for all their bravery, must have felt the same fear, the same heart-stopping, gut-wrenching terror that fills your chest now. And yet they sailed on. They faced the storms, the sea serpents, the waves, and the unknown, because there was something more than fear that drove them forward, something stronger than the terror that gripped their hearts. As the ship crests another massive wave, you can feel the boat shudder beneath you. It is as if the ship is fighting against the storm, struggling to hold its shape against the overwhelming power of the sea. The oars are almost useless now. Mere oars are almost useless now. Extensions of the men's will against a force that cannot be controlled. The sails, too, are almost torn to shreds, flapping uselessly in the wind. You cling to the edge of the ship, your fingers numb with cold, your heart racing in your chest. The storm seems to have no end, no mercy. The rain comes down in sheets now, soaking through your cloak and into your skin, the chill of it seeping deep into your bones. The sea, once a familiar companion, now feels like an enemy, a force bent on destroying you. The world seems to shrink with each passing moment, the only thing that exists now being the ship and the storm that has trapped it. There is no land in sight, no shore to escape to, no refuge. There is only the sea, and there's only the sea. Terrifying realization that, in the vastness of it all, you are but a speck. The hours drag on, though it feels as though time itself has stopped. The storm does not relent. It presses against the ship with an unyielding ferocity. And still, the men fight back, their eyes grim, their faces set with determination. The storm, for all its rage, does not break their resolve. But you can see it in their eyes. This is not the same kind of fight they know. This is not a battle with men. This is a battle with nature itself. In the chaos, a new fear begins to take root, the fear that the ship might not survive. The Vikings had built their longships to withstand many things. But could they withstand this? Could they survive a storm so furious, so unrelenting, that it seemed to want to tear the very sky apart? Could anything, man or ship, stand against the wrath of the sea? As the night stretches on, the storm shows no signs of easing. The men, though weary and frightened, continue to fight. Their faces are drawn with exhaustion, but they press on, their bodies moving in practiced unison, as they do everything they can to keep the ship afloat. Yet the terror lingers, thick in the air. The sea is a living thing, wild and unpredictable, and it does not care for the strength of man. In the end, it is not their skill or courage that will save them, simply their will to survive. And so, the ship continues to fight against the storm, the waves crashing, the wind howling, the men clinging to their posts. But in the back of every mind, there is the same thought. Will we survive this? The fear of the unknown, of the endless sea, has always been present, but now it feels more real than ever. The sea, once a source of adventure and promise, now seems like an insurmountable barrier, one that might swallow them whole. The night swallow them whole. The night stretches on, an unbroken expanse of howling wind and crashing waves, as if time itself has ceased to exist. The storm, relentless and unforgiving, rages with a fury that seems boundless, a fury that has no end in sight. The men around you are silent now, their faces set with grim determination as they struggle to keep the ship afloat. Speak. Their words have been drowned out by the roar of the storm. They do not need words. The urgency is in their actions. Hands pulling ropes, oars fighting against the waves, bodies bracing against the unrelenting pull of the sea. You too, are silent, caught in the same struggle, your heart pounding in your chest, your hands gripping the edge of the ship as though it is the only thing that can save you from the abyss. The cold is a constant companion now, numbing your fingers, and a constant companion now, numbing your fingers, seeping into your very bones. But it is the fear that gnaws at your soul, the fear that drowns out everything else, that holds you in its grip, the fear of what lies beneath the waves, the fear of the storm's fury, the fear of the unknown. That fear of the unknown stretches out before you. Have you ever felt the fear that rises in your chest when you realize that there is no escape from the storm, no place to hide, no land to flee to? When you are out there on the open sea, surrounded by nothing but darkness and water, the fear becomes something more than just a feeling. It becomes a part of you, a constant companion that you cannot shake. The fear of the sea is not just about the storm. It is about the realization that in the end, no matter how strong you are, no matter how skilled you are always at the mercy of the water beneath you. And still, the ship continues to fight against the storm, its timbers creaking, its sails straining against the wind. The men work together, their movements practiced, instinctive, but the storm is unyielding. Each wave that crashes against the ship threatens to swallow them whole, and yet they press on. There is no choice but to press on. The only thing worse than the storm is surrendering to it, giving in to the sea's call, and allowing it to take you without a fight. It is in these moments of struggle, when the sea is at its most vicious, that the Vikings' true strength is revealed. It is not in the battles they fight with sword and shield, not in the kingdoms they build, but in their ability to endure, to fight against forces greater than themselves. The sea is not their enemy. It is their test. It is the ultimate challenge, one that no man, no matter how powerful, can ever fully conquer. But the Vikings do not seek to conquer the sea. They seek to survive it. They seek to prove that they are stronger than the terror it inspires, that their will is unbreakable, even in the face of the unknown. As the storm rages on, the ship lurches violently once more, sending men tumbling across the deck, their bodies crashing into the sides of the ship with a sickening thud. The waves are relentless, towering above the ship like mountains, threatening to crush it under their weight. And yet, despite the chaos, despite the fear that churns in your gut, there is a strange sense of purpose that settles over the crew. It is a purpose born of years of survival, of knowing that the only way to defeat the sea is to keep fighting, to keep moving forward, no matter how impossible it might seem. In the midst of the storm, the sky opens up for a brief moment, and for the first time in hours, the moon breaks through the clouds. Its pale light bathes the ship in a cold, silvery glow, casting long shadows across the deck. The storm is still fierce, the waves still crashing, but in that fleeting moment, it feels as though the ship has found a brief reprieve. It is a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always a glimmer of light, however faint. The moon is a constant presence in the night sky, a guide for sailors who have long relied on its light to navigate the endless waters. And in this moment, its pale glow feels like a blessing, a promise that the storm will one day pass, that the sea will eventually calm, even if it feels impossible now. The ship crests another wave, and for a moment, the entire world seems to fall away. The ship is suspended, hanging in mid-air, and for a brief instant, you feel weightless, as though you are no longer bound to the earth, no longer a part of the world you knew. Then, with a thunderous crash, the ship plunges back into the water, sending waves of salt water splashing over the deck, drenching you to the bone. The crew is thrown off balance, their bodies lurching with the force of the impact, but they recover quickly, their training kicking in as they scramble to keep the ship steady. The fear, though ever present, has become a part of the rhythm of the storm. It is no longer a source of paralysis, but of urgency. The men are no longer afraid of the sea. They are afraid of what will happen if they do not fight back, if they do not continue to struggle, to push against the awful waves. The ship will break apart, and they will be lost. The fear shifted from one of helplessness to one of action. They are no longer passive victims of the sea. They are active participants in their own survival. And yet, for all their strength, their courage, and their will, there is still the knowledge, the deep, unspoken truth, that the sea does not care for their efforts. It does not care for their strength, their pride, or their bravery. The sea will take them when it is ready, and no amount of fighting, no amount of willpower can stop it. That is the terrifying truth of the sea. It is not a battle that can be won. It is a battle that can only be survived. The storm continues, and as the hours stretch on, you begin to lose track of time. The moon has disappeared behind the clouds once more, and the darkness of the night feels all-consuming. There is only the wind, the waves, and the cold. The men around you are huddled together, their faces grim, their movements slow with exhaustion. But there is no time for rest. There is only the fight to survive, to keep the ship afloat for one more hour, one more moment. Have you ever experienced that feeling when time seems to slip away, when you can no longer distinguish one moment from the next, and all that matters is the struggle to survive? The fear, the exhaustion, the endless motion of the ship, it all blends together into a single, overwhelming experience. And yet, through it all, there is a strange sense of unity. The crew, though battered and exhausted, are working together, their movements synchronized, their focus unbroken. In this moment, they are no longer just men. They are a single united force, bound together by their shared struggle against the sea. As the storm continues to rage, the ship creaks and groans. Beneath you, its timbers protesting against the violence of the waves, but still it holds together. The Vikings are not just fighting the storm, they are fighting the very fear that the sea inspires. They are fighting to prove that, no matter how terrifying the sea might be, they are stronger. And as the storm rages on, you begin to realize something profound, that it is not the sea that holds the greatest power, it is the men who sail upon it. The storm continues to churn violently around you, as if the very heavens have opened up in anger. The air is thick with the scent of brine and dampness, stinging your nose and clinging to your clothes, turning the world into a gray blur. Your hands are raw, gripping the sides of the ship with a desperation that has long since replaced the fear. It is not just the sea that tests you now, it is time itself, the endless struggle, the feeling that you have been caught in this fight for days, for weeks, and yet the storm shows no sign of relenting. The ship shudders again as another wave strikes, sending a cascade of water across the deck, drenching the crew, soaking them to the skin. The longship, though sturdy and built to endure, groans under the weight of the relentless assault. You can feel the timbers beneath your feet quiver with each violent crash, as though they too are afraid. But still they hold, and still the crew works, sweat mixing with salt water. Their faces grim and focused, bodies moving in a synchronized rhythm, pulling oars, shifting sails, adjusting the rigging. Have you ever felt the strength of your body ebbing away, as though each moment of exertion were draining your very soul? The waves crash, each one a reminder that there is no easy escape from the sea's rage. The cold has taken root in your bones, gnawing at you, making your joints stiff and your limbs heavy. Yet, the crew continues their work, their faces set with that same stubborn resolve that has defined the Vikings for centuries. It is a resolve that comes from living with the knowledge that survival is never guaranteed, that the sea will not show mercy, but that you must still fight, even when the odds still are against you. And still, the storm rages. The wind howls, louder now with a fierce intensity that threatens to tear the sails apart. The sky, once a dark, endless expanse, has now taken on a sickly shade, filled with swirling clouds that seem to press down on the ship, as though trying to crush it beneath their weight. The ship's hull creaks and groans in protest, but it holds because it has been built to survive, just as the Vikings have been built to survive. It is a testament to their craftsmanship, to their skill, and to their unyielding will. But in the face of such fury, even the mightiest of ships can falter. As the ship surges forward, riding the crest of yet another towering wave, you feel the vessel lurch in a way that makes your heart seize in your chest. The oars, now useless against the swell of the sea, are pulled from their places, and the men struggle to keep the ship steady as it tilts dangerously to one side. The world seems to twist, the waves becoming mountains that loom over you like great, dark gods intent on devouring you. You are aware in that terrifying moment of how small you are, how utterly helpless you are in the face of this vast, unrelenting power. Have you ever realized in the midst of your fight just how fragile the line between life and death really is? One misstep, one misjudgment, and the sea will swallow you whole. You can fight against it all you want, but in the end, it is the sea that decides your fate. It is not just the storm you are battling. It is the very nature of the sea. That is the very nature of the sea. Endless, unknowable expanse that holds within it a power beyond comprehension. The ship tilts further, and for a moment you wonder if this is it, if this is the end. The men scramble, their faces painted with the same fear that has gripped you since the first wave crashed upon the ship. But then, with a sound that shakes you to your very core, the ship rights itself, the timbers groaning in protest, the crew shouting to steady the ship. The waves, still furious, have not given up their pursuit, but for now the ship holds. The moment passes, and with it, the men resume their frantic work. But you know, deep down, that this reprieve is temporary. The sea is always watching, always waiting for the right moment to strike again. And yet, despite the terror, there is something else, something that pulses beneath the surface of the fear. It is the thrill of the fight, the knowledge that despite all the odds, you have survived. It is a strange, paradoxical feeling. Mixture of fear and exhilaration, of knowing that the world is pressing in on you from every side, but still managing to hold your ground. Even if only for a fleeting moment, the men around you have learned this lesson. Perhaps more than any others, they know the sea, not just in its beauty, but in its brutality. They have faced its fury before and will face it again. The Vikings were not strangers to the sea. They were born of it, and though it terrorized them, they had learned to live with that fear, to accept it as part of the world they inhabited. For them, there was no choice but to endure. They did not ask for mercy from the sea. They only asked for the strength to survive it. And yet, in the midst of the storm, a sense of inevitability begins to creep over you, as if the sea itself has become a force of fate, something that is both unstoppable and unexplainable. It is not just the waves, or the wind, or the storm itself. It is the sense that this is what you were meant for. It is the primal pull of the water, the call of the unknown, and the realization that, no matter how terrifying the sea might be, you will return to it. Again and again, it is in your blood, in your bones, as it is in the blood of all who live by the water. As the hours drag on, the storm slowly begins to lose its fury. The wind, once a roar, now fades into a low growl, and the waves, once a roar, now fades into a low growl, and the waves, towering, begin to subside. The rain, too, eases, falling in light, steady sheets that seem almost peaceful after the chaos. The ship, battered but intact, floats on the still water, its sails flapping weakly in a diminishing breeze. Crew, though exhausted, breathe a collective sigh of relief, their tense bodies finally able to relax. But the calm that follows the storm is not the same as the peace that comes with safety. The silence that falls over the ship is heavy. The silence that falls over the ship is heavy, with the unspoken understanding that, though the storm has passed, the sea will always be waiting. It is a reminder that, no matter how many times you face it, no matter how many battles you win, the sea is never truly conquered. It is only truly conquered, survived. And as the men of the crew begin to repair what the storm has torn apart, ropes, sails, oars, anything that can be salvaged, they know, deep down, that they will sail again. Perhaps not tomorrow, but they will sail. The sea is part of them, as it has always been. For the Vikings, the sea was both a source of life and a source of fear, and no matter how terrifying it might be, it is something they could never abandon. Have you ever thought, in the aftermath of your greatest struggles, about the strange connection you have with the forces that tested you? The storm, though terrifying, has now passed, and yet you know that it has left its mark on you. The sea is like that. It leaves its mark on all who sail upon it. And even if you live to see the next sunrise, that mark will never fade. That follows the storm is almost deafening. The howling wind has subsided, leaving only a faint whisper, like the last breath of a storm that has run its course. The sky above, once roiling with dark clouds, has softened to a dull gray, and softened to a dull gray. Moon, though hidden behind veils of mist, still casts a pale light over the wreckage of the ship. The sea, once a raging beast, now seems almost peaceful, its waves gentle, rhythmic, as though it has calmed itself, knowing the worst is over. But that peace is fleeting, like the calm after a battle. The men around you are quiet now, their faces pale from exhaustion, their eyes hollow with the weight of the storm that has just passed. There are no words exchanged, only the sound of men, moving slowly, methodically, repairing what they can of the ship. There is no joy in their movements, no sense of triumph, just the quiet, unspoken understanding that survival, though a victory in itself, is often a hollow one. Care for victories. It only cares for the next battle. The ship, though battered, still holds together. The timbers creak and groan, but they do not break. The oars are damaged, the sails shredded, but the longship's frame remains strong enough to endure. It is a testament to the skill of the men who built it, to the craft that was passed down through generations of Viking shipwrights. And yet, despite the ship's strength, it feels fragile, as if the very sea itself could tear it apart with a single wave. The fear that has gripped you throughout the storm has not fully receded. It lingers like a shadow at the edges of your thoughts, reminding you that the sea has no mercy, that it is a force that cannot be tamed. The men around you are not talking about the storm. Not yet, anyway. Their focus is on the task at hand, repairing the ship, getting back to a place of safety. But you know that the storm has left its mark on all of you. You can see it in the way those of you men work, their hands shaking from fatigue, their eyes scanning the horizon as if expecting the next wave to come crashing down upon them. Have you ever had a moment after surviving something terrifying when you realize just how fragile you really are? When you look around and realize that you've made it through, but the danger is still there, waiting for you to make a mistake. The Vikings had learned this lesson long before you, living in a world where every journey could end in disaster, where the line between life and death was never as clear as they might have hoped. They were warriors, yes, but even the strongest warriors could not fight the sea. The silence is broken only by the soft sound of men working, ropes being pulled, planks being hammered back into place, the occasional grunt of frustration as something goes wrong. The storm has left its marks on the ship, but it has left deeper marks on the men. It has shown them how small they truly are in the face of the vastness of the sea. No matter how skilled they are, no matter how brave they are always at the mercy of forces they cannot control. You can feel it now, the weight of that realization. It presses against your chest, heavy and suffocating. You are not afraid of the storm itself. You are afraid of what comes after. The sea might have calmed, but it is still out there, still waiting. It is the same sea that has claimed the lives of countless men before you. It is the same sea that will claim countless more. And no matter how many times you sail, no matter how many times you face the storm and survive, there is always the knowledge that the next time could be the one that ends it all. Have you ever looked at something, truly looked at it, and understood just how much it could destroy you? The sea is like that. It is beautiful, yes, but it is also terrifying. It offers the promise of adventure, of wealth, of glory, but it also brings with it the threat of annihilation. It is a reminder that no matter how much you try to conquer the world around you, there are forces far beyond your control. As the hours stretch on, the men continue to work in silence. Some have begun to replace the broken oars, while others are mending the torn sails, their hands moving with practiced precision. There is no panic now, no fear. The storm has passed, and the men have turned to the task of survival. They know that they cannot change what has happened, that the sea has done its worst, and all they can do now is ensure that the ship is ready for the journey ahead. And yet, despite the calm, despite the quiet that now settles over the ship, there is a strange unease that lingers in the air. It is as if the men, for all their skill and bravery, are aware of the fragility of their survival. They know that no matter how prepared they are, the sea is still out there, waiting, watching. It is a reminder that, in the end, the only thing that can truly save them is their will to continue. The ship, though battered, is afloat. The crew, though weary, is alive. But there is no celebration, no cheers of victory, There is only the quiet understanding that they have made it through for now. But the sea has not forgiven them. It has only paused, as if giving them a moment to breathe before it strikes again. The horizon, once hidden beneath the darkness of the storm, now lies open before you. The sea, though calm for the moment, stretches out endlessly, a vast, unyielding expanse. Somewhere out there, beyond the horizon, is the land they seek, the land where they will rest, where they will rebuild, where they will find safety, at least for a time. The men look out at the horizon, their eyes searching, but none speak. It is a quiet recognition that no matter how far they travel, they can never escape the sea. They can never outrun its reach. As the ship continues on its course, the wind gently shifting the sails, the men return to their work. But there is a new awareness in the air now, a sense of unity forged through the storm, a shared understanding that the sea is both a challenge and a teacher. They have survived this storm, but they know there will be others. The sea is never still, never still. Forgiving, it is a force that demands respect, that takes no prisoners, and the Vikings, though fierce and proud, know that they are no exception. In the end, it is not the sea that breaks them. It is the fear that lingers, the fear of their unknown that waits just beyond the horizon. The Vikings learned to sail in the face of that fear, to live with it, to push forward despite it. And in doing so, they carved out a place for themselves in the world, knowing full well that they were always just one storm away from being lost to the sea. But that, they understood, was the price of survival. As the ship continues its slow, deliberate journey across the calm waters, the hours stretch long and unbroken, each one blending into the next. The storm has passed, but the sea remains a vast, unpredictable presence, silent now, but never truly still. It is a reminder of the fragile nature of existence on the open water, where each day brings with it the uncertainty of survival. The men are working still, repairing the damage done during the storm, though their motions are now slower, more deliberate. There is no more panic, no more fear of the storm's immediate threat, but there is something else now, a quiet, reflective mood that has settled over the ship. It is the kind of stillness that only comes after the storm has passed, when the adrenaline has faded, and the weight of what has happened begins to sink in. The ship glides steadily through the waters, but it is clear that the men are not simply focused on the task of survival. They are focused on something deeper. The sea has tested them, shown them the very edge of their mortality. They have survived, but not unscathed. The storm has left them with an unspoken knowledge that no amount of strength, no amount of bravery can ever fully protect them from the whims of the sea. The fear that once gripped their hearts has now become something else, a quiet, lingering respect. It is the respect of men who know the true cost of life on the water, who understand that each journey across the sea is a risk, a challenge that demands more than just skill and strength. It demands a certain humility. Have you ever felt the weight of something, of an experience or a truth, that you could wait, not shake, no matter how hard you tried? The Vikings, strong as they were, carried with them the knowledge that the sea was both a source of life and a source of death. It gave them the ability to reach distant shores, to explore lands that few others could ever dream of. But it also held the power to take everything from them in an instant, without warning. The sea was never a guarantee. It was a gift, and yet it could be a curse. Now, as the ship sails on, its timbers creaking in the quiet, there is a strange peace that settles over the men. They are not jubilant, not celebrating their survival. Instead, they are reflecting on what has passed, what they have endured. They understand, in a way that only those who have faced the sea's wrath can understand, that the price of their survival has been paid in fear and toil. The sea does not owe them anything. It does not care for their pride or their past victories. It simply is a force of nature that must be respected and navigated with care. As the days stretch on, the horizon ahead slowly begins to take shape. The land, though still far in the distance, now seems like a tangible goal, a destination that, for a time, will provide safety from the ever-looming sea. But even as the land comes closer, there is no escaping the fact that the men know it is not an end. It is merely a pause in the endless cycle of life on the water. The sea will always be there, waiting for them, a challenge that can never be fully conquered. Men speak little, their voices low as they continue their work. Some of them tend to the ship, mending the damaged sails, while others keep their eyes on the horizon, their thoughts far away. There is an unspoken understanding between them now, a shared bond forged through the storm. They have survived together, endured the terror of the waves and the fury of the wind, and they have come out the other side. Though changed, they are not the same men who set sail just days ago. The sea has marked them, and they know it. The captain, though silent, is no longer just a leader in the traditional sense. He is a man who has weathered the storm with his crew, who has shared in the fear and the struggle. There is no room for pride in his heart now, only a quiet, deep understanding of the sea's true power. The crew looks to him for direction, but there is a shared knowledge that, despite his leadership, there is little he can do to control the forces of nature. He is as helpless as they are when the storm comes, just another man, caught in the grip of something far greater than him. The sea does not care for kings or captains. It does not care for warriors or wise men. It is a force beyond the grasp of any mortal. As the men continue their work, the land draws nearer. The sea, though calm now, still seems to stretch on forever. It is a vast expanse, an endless reminder of the smallness of man in the grand scheme of the world. It is beautiful in its way, but it is also terrifying, holding secrets in its depths that no man has ever fully understood. There are things beneath the waves, ancient and unknown, that have claimed the lives of countless sailors before them. The sea, no matter how calm, no matter how peaceful it might appear, is always a reminder that there is something greater, something more powerful than any man. The crew's silence deepens as the land grows nearer. They know that their journey is far from over. Know that there will always be more seas to sail, more storms to face, and more dangers to overcome. The land might offer them respite, but it will not shield them forever. It is only a temporary reprieve, a place to rest and regroup before they set out once more, back into the vast, unforgiving waters. Have you ever thought about the endless cycle of challenges that life brings? How, no matter how many obstacles you overcome, there are always more waiting for you on the horizon. The Vikings knew this well. They lived in a world where survival was never guaranteed, where each day could bring a new challenge, a new test of strength, endurance, and resolve. The sea was just one of those challenges, and while it might have terrified them, it also taught them something invaluable, the strength to keep moving forward, no matter how hard the journey. The land, now closer than ever, seems like a distant promise, a place of warmth, safety, and shelter. But even as it looms ahead, you cannot shake the feeling that the sea has left its mark on you. The fear, though not as raw as it was during the storm, lingers. It is a fear of the unknown, of what lies beneath the calm surface, waiting for the next storm to rise. The sea will always be there, just beyond the horizon, a force that cannot be ignored, a reminder that the world is much larger, much more unpredictable than the small spaces we try to control. The crew works in silence, each man focused on his task, yet all of them are aware of the same truth. The storm has passed, but the sea is always present, just below the surface, waiting to rise again. And though the ship might be repaired, though the journey might be nearing its end, there is a new understanding in the hearts of the men. They have faced the sea's fury, and they have survived, but they know, deep down, that survival is never guaranteed. It is a gift, a fleeting moment in time, and it comes at a price. The Vikings were not just warriors, nor were they mere travelers. They were survivors, and the sea had taught them the true cost of that survival. As the land draws nearer, the men begin to prepare themselves for the end of the journey. They know that it will not be a triumphant return, but a quiet one, a return to the familiar, where they can rest and rebuild, ready for whatever the next journey might bring. But even as they sail toward land, there is only the quiet understanding that the sea is always there, waiting, watching, ready to remind them of their place in the world. As the land grows larger on the horizon, the men begin to gather, their movements slow and deliberate as they prepare to dock. The battered as they prepare to dock still holds together, and the men's work has been meticulous. The ship now a semblance of its former self, though scarred by the ordeal. The fear that had gripped them during the storm lingers still, but it has been tempered by the quiet hum of survival. They are not eager to speak of what has passed, of the terror they felt, of the storm's fury that nearly took them all. But there is an unspoken understanding among them. They have faced the worst the sea could offer, and though they have survived, they are forever changed by it. There are no celebrations, no shouts of victory, only the quiet resolve of men who have learned, in the hardest way possible, that survival is never a certainty, and life on the sea is a fleeting privilege. No, the crew works in silence now, their bodies sore and tired, their faces gaunt with exhaustion. They pull the ship toward the shore, the familiar sights of land drawing closer with each passing minute that should come with that should come with that. Landfall is overshadowed by the knowledge that the sea is never truly behind them. The Vikings, for all their skill and bravery, had learned this lesson long ago. The sea would always be there, waiting for them. Whether they sought its vastness or feared its depths, it was not a companion. It was a challenge, a force that tested them, and each time they survived, they knew they had been fortunate. The ship crests a final wave as it approaches the shore, its bow cutting through the water with ease, the men adjusting their positions, preparing to land. The salt water in the air has a different quality now, sharper, less comforting than it had been when they first set out. The storm, though past, has left its mark on the world around them. The horizon no longer holds the promise of endless adventure. Instead, it feels like the edge of a journey that has drained something from them, something deep and unspoken. Even as the shores grow clearer, the weight of what they've endured hangs over them, a quiet reminder of the cost of sailing on the vast, unforgiving sea. The land draws near now, the rocky shores coming into sharper focus, the familiar scent of earth, of trees and stone, filling the air in a way that almost feels foreign. For a brief moment, you think of home, the warmth of the hearth, the sounds of voices calling out across the fields, the soft rustle of the trees swaying in the wind. It is a thought that you would not have entertained before, but now, after what you've been through, it feels almost comforting. Yet, you know, deep down, that you cannot stay here forever. The sea will always call to you, just as it calls to the others. It is both a lure and a warning, a force that cannot be ignored. The men fall silent as the ship reaches the shore, their eyes fixed on the land before them. There is no cheer, no shout of triumph, only the quiet thrum of relief that passes through the crew, shared without words. Land is a refuge for now, but they all know it is only temporary. There are other lands to explore, other seas to sail, and other storms to weather. The Vikings never stayed in one place for long, for they were creatures of the sea, and while they had survived this storm, they knew they would face others, perhaps even more terrible than the one that had nearly claimed them. As the ship is pulled up onto the shore, the crew begins to disembark, their tired bodies moving slowly, each step heavy with the weight of what they have just endured. The land beneath their feet feels strange now, a solidness they had taken for granted before. Now, after the endless sway of the waves beneath them, it is almost disorienting. But there is no time for rest yet. The crew moves quickly to unload the ship, to gather supplies, to make preparations for whatever comes next. The storm might be over, but life on the sea is never predictable, never certain, and so they move forward as they always have, driven by the need to survive, to explore, to conquer the next challenge the world throws at them. But in the quiet moments between tasks, when the men are resting and staring out at the sea, there is a shared understanding that the fear of the storm will never leave them. It has become a part of them, woven into the fabric of their being. The sea is both a source of life and a source of death, and they cannot escape it, no matter how many times they return to the shore. It is in their blood, their hearts, and in their very souls. The sea calls to them, a beckoning, haunting voice that whispers of distant lands and untold riches. But it also reminds them of the terrible price of that call. They know that to sail is to risk everything. The sea takes what it wants, and it does not care how strong the men who sail upon it are. The men, now standing on the shore, pause for a moment to look back at the ship. They know that it has carried them through the storm. They know that it has carried them through the storm, through the chaos, through the terror. It is a vessel of strength and endurance, built to survive the very worst that the sea can throw at it. And yet, they understand that, despite its strength, it is still vulnerable. The sea is a living thing, unpredictable and wild, and even the mightiest ship cannot always endure its wrath. But that, they know, is the price they pay for the freedom to sail. They will always sail again. They will always seek the unknown, even as they know the know. Dangers it brings. The crew begins to unload their supplies, moving with practiced efficiency. Though they are still silent, still wrapped in the weight of the storm they survived. There is no celebration here, no joyous return to land. There is no celebration here, no joyous return to land. It's only the quiet work of survival, the knowledge that the sea will always be waiting. It will call them again, and they will answer as they always have. For the Vikings were not men who sought comfort. They sought to push the boundaries of the world, to explore the unknown. The sea was their path, their challenge, their lifeblood. But it was also their greatest fear, for they knew that to sail was to risk everything. Have you ever thought about what it means to live with a fear that you cannot escape? To know, deep down, that no matter how many battles you win, no matter how many storms you survive, there is always another one waiting for you. The Vikings lived with that fear. They sailed despite it. They fought despite it. And they learned to survive despite it. And in doing so, they carved out a place for themselves in the world. A place defined by their resilience, their courage, and their unyielding determination to face the unknown. But even as they stand on the shore now, with the land solid beneath their feet, they know that the sea is never truly far. It calls to them, beckoning them back to its vast open waters, where adventure and danger lie just beyond the horizon. The Vikings were never men to shy away from a challenge. They would sail again, and the fear of the sea would be with them always, as it had been with every sailor before them, and as it would be with every sailor to come. The soft whispers of the wind, now tinged with the scent of earth, and the distant promise of safety, brush against your face as the ship is pulled onto the shore. The crew, though exhausted, works in quiet, methodical unity, each member focusing on his task, unloading the remnants of their supplies, their faces hard with the quiet knowledge that they have survived something formidable. Their movements are slow, their muscles aching from the strain, but the ship's return to the shore marks the end of one part of their journey, though they know is not the end of the sea's hold on them. The Vikings, for all their strength and courage, are not immune to the call of the waves. They have always heard it, and they always heard it, and they always will. You stand among them, your legs stiff from the strain of constant motion, but your heart still racing in the aftermath of the storm. Though the land beneath your feet feels solid, the knowledge of what the sea can do lingers in your mind. The storm was a reminder, a powerful warning of just how fragile survival can be. Even the mightiest of ships, even the bravest of men, can fall to the whims of nature. Yet, for all that, the sea is something they cannot turn away from. It is both their greatest fear and their greatest fascination, a constant in a world that otherwise changes constantly. There is no celebrating here, no songs of triumph, no roaring fires in the hearth to mark the return. The storm has changed them, perhaps more than they realize. There is no room for such revelry. Their minds are heavy with the knowledge that they are always at the mercy of the sea. Even now, as the ship is drawn ashore and the land stretches out before them, they know that this respite is only temporary. It will not last. The sea waits just beyond the horizon, a silent, unyielding presence, always watching, always testing. Have you ever felt like the ground beneath you was too solid, too stable, and yet, despite that, felt your heart still, caught in the pull of something far greater? The men who stand alongside you, some leaning wearily against the ship, others silently going about the task of preparing for what comes next, understand the feeling deeply. They know that there is no true safety, no real security, not as long as the sea exists. It is both their sustenance and their death, and every time they set sail, they are forced to confront that duality. There are no words for it, not for the fear, nor for the strange exhilaration that follows in its wake. For as much as the sea terrifies them, it also calls them to it, urging them to once again take up the oars, to brave the waves and the unknown. Some of the men, you can tell, already feel the stirrings of that call in their hearts. They look out at the horizon, their faces pensive, as if already planning the next voyage, their minds drifting far from the land they now stand upon. But you feel it too, that pull, that lure of the sea, even in your bones, in your very soul. You know that you will never truly be free of it. The sea has become a part of you, woven into the fabric of your existence. And though you know the danger it poses, you also know that it is something you cannot escape. It is something greater than you, and is something greater than you, and it will always be there waiting. The land, though it offers comfort, is not the end. It is a brief pause, a momentary shelter before the call of the sea beckons you once more. As the men finish their work, the ship's hull safely ashore. Their hull safely ashore. Their tired bodies sink into the cool earth. They rest, but the rest is brief. There's always work to be done. The sea, no matter how far behind them, always demands something. The shore provides respite, but the salt water lingers in their veins, in their thoughts. It is as though the sea itself has left a mark on them, an invisible tattoo of fear and fascination that no amount of time on land can erase. Even when they are here, standing solid on the earth, they know that the sea is never truly far away. It is in this knowledge, perhaps, that the greatest terror of the sea lies. It is not in the storm itself, nor in the waves that threaten to crush the ship. It is in the feeling that, once you have sailed, once you have faced the fury of the waters and returned, you can never truly escape. The sea is not something that you conquer. It is something you survive over and over again. And each time you do, you leave a part of yourself behind. The crew has begun to gather their things to prepare for whatever might come next, whether it be more travel, more raiding, or perhaps the simple continuation of life as it always has been. The days of uncertainty are behind them for now, and yet there is a heavy silence that lingers in the air. The storm that has passed has taught them something they cannot unlearn, that the sea is not a challenge to be defeated, but a force to be endured. They are not the masters of the sea. They are its witnesses, its servants, and its survivors. Have you ever stood in a moment of peace, knowing that the chaos you've survived is only a temporary reprieve? The Vikings have seen it in the land before them, the steady, solid earth beneath their feet, and yet they know that it is only a momentary calm, a break from the never-ending battle against the waves. The land offers no real safety. The sea, while distant for now, will call them again. It is a matter of when. Some of the men speak quietly, as though the terror of the storm still lingers in their voices, in their minds. It is rare for a Viking to show fear so openly. But now, after what the Viking to show fear so openly? Faced, it is not hidden. They understand that the sea is not something to be feared in a typical way. It is simply too vast, too unpredictable, and too powerful. It is not a beast that can be slayed. It is an overwhelming force, like the gods themselves, beyond human understanding. As the ship is left behind, as the last of the supplies are unloaded, the men pause for a moment to look back at the sea. It is calm now, a reflection of the sky above, and for a fleeting moment it seems almost peaceful, serene. But the knowledge of what it can become is like a shadow that hovers just beneath the surface. They have seen the sea at its most furious. They have faced the worst it can offer, and they have survived. But survival is not the same as victory. The sea does not care if they survive. It simply lets them continue for a while longer, until it decides to challenge them again. And so, the men stand on the shore, their faces set, their eyes reflecting the same quiet resolve. They are weary, but they are not broken. They have faced the fury of the sea, and they have survived. They know that life on the sea is a cycle, an endless challenge that demands more than they can give. And yet, they return to tall it again and again, driven by something that they cannot name, but that they understand. The sea calls them, and they must answer. Have you ever felt that pull, that call to the unknown, even as you know the dangers it brings? The Vikings knew that the sea would always be there, a challenge that never truly ends. They survived, and they would sail again, because to be a Viking was to understand that the sea could never truly be conquered. It could only be survived. The wind shifts gently as the men gather their belongings, preparing to leave the shores that have offered them rest. The ships are safely anchored, but they stand as quiet reminders of what the sea can do. The land is solid beneath their feet now, and it offers them a sense of temporary security. But no one speaks of what lies ahead or what has passed. The silence is deep and heavy, and each man seems to be lost in his thoughts, perhaps still processing the terror of the storm. Violent dance with the ocean that had nearly claimed them. The water, though calm, is still a vast, unfeeling expanse before them. And though the storm is behind them, it feels as though the sea has left its mark on each of them. The sea never truly lets go, even after the calm has returned, even after the storm has faded into memory. It continues to linger in the air, in the thoughts, in the hearts of the men who've dared to sail it. The crew moves quietly now, without the brash confidence of earlier days, without the loud chatter that often filled the spaces between their efforts. They are older in some ways, marked by the storm they survived, and their eyes flicker occasionally to the horizon, where the sea stretches out, boundless and ever-present. Have you ever returned to a place only to realize it holds memories that change how you see the world? The land beneath your feet might feel solid, but it cannot wash away the memory of the storm. The sea, its towering waves, the fear that seized you in the dark hours of the tempest, will stay with you long after the ship has docked and the sail is furled. For those who live by the sea, that fear is both a part of their life and a part of their death. The men of the crew begin their work, but it is quieter than before. The rhythm of their movements is no longer just the efficient, practiced work of men returning to routine. It has taken on a quality of reverence, They move, but it is as though they are acknowledging the sea itself, the power it has over them, and the space it occupies in their lives. As best they can, knowing it will never be fully ready for what might come next, the sun has begun to sink lower in the sky, casting the world in the soft, golden light of the evening. The shadows grow longer on the shore, and the air grows cooler, but the men's faces remain grim. There is no joy in their return, no celebration. The sea has stripped them of that, for it has shown them a reality that cannot be undone, that even in the quietest moments, the sea remains ever present, ever powerful, and it will call again when it's ready. The horizon stretches far and wide, and in that vastness there is something both comforting and unsettling. The men know the journey isn't over. It never truly ends. The sea is an open door that leads to countless shores, to endless horizons, and though it can be a place of glory and opportunity, it is also a place of darkness where men can vanish without a trace, where the fiercest warriors can be swallowed whole. It is not the storm itself that scares the men. It is the thought of what lies beneath it. The sea, in its endlessness, holds mysteries that no man can fully understand. The Vikings, great explorers and warriors as they were, never conquered the sea. They were never conquered the sea. Learned to live with it, to respect it, to endure its dangers, but they could never master it. And that knowledge, that understanding weighs heavily upon them as they stand at the edge of the world, looking out at the water that has both given them life and taken it away. There are whispers among the men, low and quiet, of what might come next. They are not speaking of the next raid or the next journey. They are not speaking of treasure or glory. They are speaking of the sea, of the pull it has on them, the way it cars them back. It is as though the sea is a force that binds them to it, like a powerful, invisible thread that cannot be severed. The call of the sea is something they can never escape. It is in their blood, in their very souls, and despite the terror it brings, they know they will answer it again. The men begin to make camp, gathering around a fire. The warmth of the flames does little to chase away the coldness that has settled deep within their bones. The fear of the storm lingers in their bones, thoughts in their bodies. Their muscles ache from the strain of the battle with the waves, but the tension in the air is more than just physical exhaustion. It is a tension born of the sea itself, a reminder that no matter how far they travel, no matter how many lands they conquer, they are always at the mercy of the water. The sea waits, silent and patient, and it will always be there, just beyond the shore. As the night deepens and the fire crackles, the men sit in quiet contemplation. They do not speak of the storm. They do not need to. The storm has been fought and survived, but it remains in the quiet corners of their minds. The sea has tested them, and it will continue to do so. The thought of the next journey looms, but so does the fear of the sea's unpredictable nature. No matter how much they prepare, no matter how many times they brave its depths, they know that it will never give them certainty. The sea is always changing, always shifting, and in that constant flux, the men must adapt, must remain vigilant, or else they will be lost. Have you ever felt that strange stillness after a great challenge? The kind where everything around you seems quiet, but you know something else is coming. Who's ding or doing or no right? The Vikings had that feeling, too. They had faced the storm, but they knew the sea would come for them again. It always did. It is not the calm that brings peace. It is the understanding that the calm is only temporary. And so they sit around the fire, knowing that even in their rest, the sea is still there, calling them to the next journey, to the next challenge. There is no escape from the sea. The Vikings know this better than anyone. They were born of the sea, raised by it, and though they might rest on the shore for now, they will always be drawn back to it. The sea is both their mother and their grave. It is a place of life and death, a place where only the strongest survive, where only the most resilient can endure. It is the greatest challenge they will ever face, and yet it is the one they cannot leave behind. As the fire flickers low and the men settle into the quiet of the night, each man's thoughts turn inward. The sea has taken so much from fear, grief, uncertainty, but it has also given them something. It has given them the will to survive, the drive to push forward, to never surrender. It has given them a way of life, a purpose, and an understanding of their place in the world. They are not just conquerors of land, they are survivors of the sea, and in that survival, they have found their strength. The men, weary but resolute, sit in the dimming light, knowing that no matter how many times they are tested, they will answer the call of the sea again. It is not just a journey they undertake, it is a part of who they are. The sea will always be there, always waiting, and when the time comes, they will sail again, braving its fury, its unpredictability, its terror. Discovery for life itself. The morning light creeps over the horizon, the soft glow of dawn casting a muted glow over the land and the sea. The men, their bodies aching from the previous night's toil, stir from their makeshift resting places near the fire. The chill in the air bites at their exposed skin, a reminder that even the comfort of land has its own harsh realities. They rise, slowly, stretching stiff limbs, and gather their things in silence. The tension among them lingers, unspoken but palpable. The sea might be calm now, but it will always have the power to turn against them, to tear away what they've worked so hard to protect. They set to work, preparing the ship for the next phase of the journey, but the air around them is thick with the knowledge that, though they might repair the vessel, they can never fully control the forces they are about to face again. The fear that had swept through the crew during the storm has not dissipated. It has simply settled into the background, a constant presence like the ever-rolling sea itself. The men work with a quiet focus, not with the same carefree energy that usually comes after a successful raid, but with the careful, deliberate steps of those who know that their survival depends on attention to detail, on remaining sharp, on being ready for what the sea might bring next. There is no music now, no laughter or jovial banter. The sounds of men working are muted, as though they are aware of the fragile boundary between safety and disaster. And yet, the sea still calls them. Despite the terror they have faced, the lure of the water remains strong. The Vikings are not men who shy away from fear. Vikings are not men who shy away from fear. Known it in battle, they have known it in the storm. But it is a quiet sort of fear they now hold for the sea. It is the understanding that the sea, once calm, can explode into chaos without warning, and even the greatest of men can be swallowed whole by it. Have you ever stood on the shore, looking out at the water, and felt the fear creep up on you even though the sea is still? The Vikings feel it now, though they might not speak of it. The sea's stillness is its own kind of threat. It is a reminder that, no matter how calm the surface might seem, there is always something beneath it, something deep, something ancient, something deep, something that could strike at any moment. The sea's moves are as unpredictable as the gods themselves, and those who sail upon it must always be ready for its next trick, its next test. The men continue to prepare the ship, their movements still slow and deliberate, though their eyes occasionally flick to the horizon, where the sea stretches out in a gentle curve. The land, though welcoming, feels like a temporary refuge. It offers them solid ground, but it is not their home. The sea is their home. For better or worse, the ship, the longship, is where they belong. It is where they belong. It is where the foreign place to survive and to endure. Them, one that they visit only to rest, only to gather what they need to continue the journey as the ship is readied. The men share quiet looks, their faces etched with the weariness of what they've just endured. There is no rush now, no urgency to push forward. Instead, the men are waiting for the moment when they will board the ship again, knowing that once they do, they will be back at the mercy of the sea. There is no excitement, no thrill of adventure to accompany the next journey. There is only the quiet understanding that it must be done. The sea is a constant presence, and it will never stop calling them back. The shore feels both distant and near, a strange paradox that hangs in the air like a weight, offers safety, but it also offers a painful reminder of what they have just gone through. The men might have survived the storm, but they have not forgotten it. They know that the sea will always be there, ready to remind them of their vulnerability, but they also know that they cannot stay on land forever. The sea is what they were born for, and despite the fear it inspires, they are bound to it, tied to it by a force greater than any one of them. The captain walks where captain walks, along the shore, his face set in quiet contemplation, as though he too is reflecting on what has passed. His gaze rests on the ship, on the men preparing it for the next leg of the journey. But there is a deep sadness in his eyes, an understanding that cannot be easily expressed. He has seen many storms in his time, but the last one was different. It was not just the ferocity of the winds or the strength of the waves that tested him. It was the realization that, for all of their skill and strength, they were at the mercy of something far greater. The sea had shown them its power, and it had taken something from them. Perhaps it was their confidence. Perhaps it was their sense of control. But the sea had left them with a deeper understanding of what it means to sail. The captain pauses for a moment, looking out at the horizon. It is as though he is waiting for something, for a sign that they are truly safe, for some reassurance that the sea has forgiven them. But there is no such sign. The sea is not a place of forgiveness. It is a place of balance, of life and death, of survival and destruction. It does not care for the men who sail upon it. It simply exists. It is a reminder that all men, no matter how mighty, are at the mercy of forces beyond their control. And yet, despite all this, the captain knows that he must sail again. The men will sail again. The call of the sea is too strong to ignore. The journey will continue, as it always does. The sea is not something they can conquer. It is not something they can conquer, something they must endure over and over again. And though it terrifies them, though it has taken from them in ways they cannot fully understand, they will go back, they will board the ship, and they will face the sea once more. It is the face the sea once more. The price they pay for adventure, for the promise of discovery, for the thrill of the unknown. It is a price they have paid for generations, and one they will continue to pay. The wind picks up slightly, stirring the hair on the backs of their necks. The men look out at the horizon again, knowing that the sea will soon be a part of their lives once more. The journey ahead is unknown, but they know it will come with challenges, with tests, with danger. The sea is a force that can never be fully tamed, but it is a force they will sail upon. Regardless, they know that they must sail, for it is their nature. The fear might remain, but it is not enough to keep them from answering the call. The men begin to board the ship, their movements quiet, their hearts heavy with the knowledge that the sea is never truly far behind. The sails are unfurled, the ship begins to creak and groan as it is set into motion, and the men settle into their positions once more. The shore, solid and steady beneath their feet, slowly recedes, leaving behind a world they understand but can never truly call their own. Ahead lies the sea, vast and unyielding, a reminder of stability and their resilience. As the ship cuts through the water once more, the men feel the familiar pull of the sea, the familiar rhythm of the waves beneath them. They're not heroes of the sea. They are its survivors. They are men who face the unknown, who answer the call of adventure, even as it brings them to the edge of terror. The sea will continue to challenge them, to test them, to remind them that no matter how many times they sail, it will never be conquered, but they will sail again, for they are bound to it, and it to them. The journey continues, as it always does, with the sea waiting just ahead, its depths unknown, its power unchallenged. The men of the crew, though fearful, will never turn back. They will brave the storm once more, because that is what they do. They are Vikings, survivors of the sea. The ship cuts steadily through the water, its silhouette a dark, familiar line against the vast, stretching horizon. The men have resumed their places, silent in their duties, each face reflecting the exhaustion of the storm they survived. The sails, though battered, are now trimmed once more, the ship moving forward at a slower pace than before. The waves, though present, are no longer the towering giants that threatened to engulf them. The sea has calmed, but its presence lingers like a ghost, unseen, yet always felt. Each creak of the ship's timbers, each flutter of the sails in the wind, is a reminder that though the storm has passed, the sea's power is still very much alive. As the crew works, the quiet hum of the ship is broken only by the occasional order or the sound of a rope being pulled taut. There is no singing now, no camaraderie or laughter. The fear that had gripped them during the storm still holds its place in their minds, like a weight they cannot shake off. The fear is not the kind off that makes men hesitate. It is the kind that humbles them, that reminds them that their strength, no matter how fierce, is always vulnerable to the sea's unpredictable moods. They have seen its wrath. They have felt its power. They have survived. They have survived. But the knowledge that they are always at its mercy remains. The captain stands near the prow, his eyes scanning the horizon, his face drawn tight with the tension of leadership. He has been on countless voyages before, each with its own share of risks and challenges. But this one, this storm, has left a deeper mark than the others. There is no pride in his heart now, only a quiet, reflective sort of understanding. The sea does not care for his strength, his leadership, or his courage. It cares only for itself, and yet he cannot ignore it. He knows that he must sail, that his crew looks to him to guide them into the unknown, into whatever dangers lie ahead. There is something about the sea that leaves even the bravest of men humbled. It does not fight fair. It does not give warnings. It is a force that is both beautiful and terrifying, a living entity that can be both merciless and indifferent. As the captain watches the water, his thoughts drift to the men who have sailed before him, those who had not returned, whose names had been swallowed by the waves. He wonders if their fear had been the same, if they had known, as he does, that despite all their preparations, despite all their planning, the sea will, their planning, always have the final say. He shakes his head, clearing the thought. There is no time for such reflections now. The journey must continue. The crew, too, is lost in their thoughts. Some stare at the distant horizon, their eyes seeking something in the endless expanse of water. Others stand in quiet groups, sharing words in low voices. Though there is little comfort in the conversation, there is no joy in the simple act of sailing today. There is only the quiet understanding today that the sea will return to challenge them, that it will always test them, but it is a test they have learned to endure, a challenge that has become a part of their very essence. The fear is not gone, but it has changed. It is not a fear that it is changed, paralyzes them, but a fear that pushes them forward, that reminds them of the stakes. They know that, in the end, the sea is something they cannot control, something they can only navigate, and that knowledge shapes them. The Vikings are not men who turn away from fear. They face it head on even when it comes in the form of an endless, unpredictable sea. They know that survival is never guaranteed. The sea will always offer danger, but it will also offer something else, the chance to prove themselves. As the days pass and the ship continues its course, the crew becomes more accustomed to the steady rhythm of life on the water once again. The fear of the storm lingers, but it is tempered by the knowledge that they are moving forward, that they have survived. The sea is still unpredictable, but it is no longer something that controls them. They are not its victims. They are its navigators, its conquerors. Have you ever faced something so immense that it made you feel small, insignificant, and yet, at the same time, empowered? The sea, vast and unyielding, does that to you. It reminds you of your place in the world, but it also pushes you to further, to test yourself, to fight against the odds. The men who sail upon it are not just survivors. They are warriors, adventurers, explorers. They face the unknown because they know it is the only way to move forward. The days grow longer, and the wind begins to shift. It is not as fierce as before, but it is a constant presence, tugging at the sails, guiding the ship onward. The crew falls into a more comfortable routine, though the quiet tension still lingers. The captain, ever watchful, keeps his eyes on the horizon, aware that the sea can change in an instant. But for now, it is calm. The ship moves steadily forward, its progress measured not by the time that passes, but by the distance between them and the dangers that lie behind them. The land, once so close, now feels distant, like a dream fading into memory. It is still there, a reminder of where they have come from, but it is no longer their focus. The sea is their home, their challenge, their destiny. And though the land offers comfort, it offers no escape from the reality of the water. The sea will always call them back, no matter how far they travel. As the sun sets, the sky darkens, and the men gather once again around the fire, their faces lit by the flickering flames. There is no grand celebration, no raucous cheers for survival. Quiet reflection, each man lost in his own thoughts. Some are thinking of their homes, of the families they left behind, of the lands they've conquered. Others are thinking of the sea, of the storm, of the challenges yet to come. There is no need for words now. The fear has become a part of them, woven into their very being. It is something they cannot escape, but something they can endure. The fire crackles, sending sparks into the night air, and the men sit in silence, their bodies tired, their minds alert. The journey is far from over, and the sea will continue to test them. But they are ready. They have faced its fury and survived. And now they sail once more, driven not by the fear of the unknown, but by the fear of the unknown. Knowledge that they can face it. The sea will always be a challenge, but it will never defeat them. As the last of the daylight fades into the horizon, the crew settles into a quiet rest, knowing that when they wake, they will face the sea once again. It will be a new day, but the challenge will remain the same. The sea is a constant, and it will never stop testing them. But the men are not afraid. They are ready. The days blur together as the ship glides ever forward, its course set along the winding expanse of Ishzion, the open sea. The men grow accustomed to the creak of the timbers, the steady motion of the ship, the whisper of the wind as it pulls the sails taut. There is a rhythm now, an unspoken understanding between the crew and the sea. They are not enemies, nor are they allies. The sea is a force, a constant companion that can be as merciless as it is majestic. The men know that, no matter how much they prepare, they are always at its mercy, built on survival, on endurance, on the silent acknowledgement that the sea will test them at every turn, but they will meet it head-on every time. The fear that once gripped their hearts in the storm has dulled into a quiet background hum. It is not gone. Fear never truly leaves when you live as close to danger as the Vikings know, but it has become a part of them, woven into the very fabric of their existence. They know the sea will call again. They know that another storm could rise at any moment, but for now, they sail. They sail because it is their way, because it is what they do, because it is the only life they have ever known. The men no longer speak of the storm, though the memory lingers in the way they look at the sea, in the quiet pauses between their words. They have faced its fury, and they have survived, but survival, they know, is never a guarantee. The sea will always take, and it will give only when it feels it is deserved. The Vikings understand this. They are not fools to believe that the sea can be tamed. It cannot be. The sea is wild, untamable, and unpredictable, and in that wildness lies its strength. And in the Vikings, too, lies a strength, one that is tested every time they face it. Stands at the prow, his eyes scanning the horizon, always alert. The sea is calm now, the wind steady, but the captain knows better than to become complacent. The sea can change in the blink of an eye, and he must always be ready for it. Watches the men as they work, his gaze drifting over the crew, noting the quiet efficiency with which they move. They are exhausted, but they are still driven. The fear of the storm has not broken them. It has simply changed them. It has shown them that the sea is not to be conquered, but endured, and enduring it, they have learned, is a victory in itself. Have you ever experienced that moment when the very air around you seems to vibrate with the knowledge that something is coming, something unknown, something you cannot control? The men feel it too. Though the sea is calm, though the sails fill gently with the wind and the oars dip smoothly into the water, there is a tension in the air. It is not fear. Exactly. It is more like an awareness, a knowing that the sea is never truly tame, truly predictable. The men have learned this the hard way. The sea can lull you into a false sense of security, and then, without warning, turn on you. The storm might be far behind them, but it is not forgotten. The days pass, each one like the last, the ship cutting through the water with the same steady motion. The men work, eat, sleep, and wait, but waiting, they know, is a part of life on the sea. The sea is not something to be hurried. It is a force that moves at its own pace, that follows its own rules, and those who sail upon it must learn to move with it, to adjust to its rhythms, to ride its waves, even when those waves are uncertain and threatening. The land seems distant now, a big memory on the horizon, fading further into the past with each passing hour. The sea is all that remains. The sea is home. The ship is their sanctuary, their refuge from the world that lies beyond. It is a place where they can be free from the rules of land, free from the expectations of others. It is also a place where they can die, where their bodies can be lost to the depths without a trace. The sea offers freedom, but it offers no guarantees. The crew grows more accustomed to the monotony of life on the sea. The rhythm of the waves, the constant movement of the ship becomes something they can rely on. Even as they know that nothing is certain, the men speak little now, each absorbed in his own thoughts. In the work that must be done, there is little to say about the journey, and nothing to say about the storm that has passed. They have learned what they needed to learn. The sea is both their enemy and their ally. It is the force that their ally, must respect but never fully trust. It is the thing that will always keep them on their toes, always keep them alert, always remind them of the fragility of life. As the sun begins to set, the sky turns a deep shade of purple, the stars beginning to twinkle above. The men gather around the fire, but they do not speak. There is no need for words. The fear, the tension, the uncertainty, they are all present in the stillness. There is no joy in their rest tonight. There is no joy in their rest tonight. Relief? There is only the quiet acceptance of the sea's presence, of the knowledge that it will continue to shape their lives, continue to test them, continue to call them back into its depths. And yet, in the silence of the night, there is a sense of peace, a strange acceptance. The storm has passed, and they have survived. The sea is still ahead of them, but for now, they are safe. The crew is united in this shared understanding. They know that they are not masters of the sea. They are not its conquerors. They are simply men who live upon it, who endure its dangers, who answer its call. And though the sea might terrify them, They will never stop sailing. They will never stop answering the call. Have you ever felt that quiet understanding, that recognition of your place in the world, even as you face the unknown? The Vikings feel it now, in the quiet of the night, in the steady rhythm of the ship. The sea will always test them, but they will face it again. They always will. It is their nature, their way of life, their destiny. The sea has shaped them, and they will let it continue to shape them, for they know that they cannot change it, cannot master it. They can only survive it, endure it, live with it. As the men drift into sleep, their faces lit by the flickering firelight, the ship continues its course. The sea, still and calm now, stretches out before them, a vast, unyielding expanse. It is a reminder of both the fragility and the resilience of life. The men have faced its fury, and they will face it again, for they face it again. Vikings, the sea is both a challenge and a teacher, a constant force in their lives. It will never let them forget that they are never fully in control. It will always be there, ready to rise up, ready to remind them of their place in the world. The journey continues, as it always has, and the men will sail on, driven by the call of the sea, knowing that survival is never guaranteed, but always worth the fight. The sea is their home, their challenge, and their destiny. It will always test them, always demand more, and they will answer, as they always have. The wind continues to guide the ship, though it is no longer the fierce gale that had battered them for so many days. Instead, it is a steady, dependable breeze that fills the sails, carrying the ship smoothly across the water. There is a palpable shift in the mood of the crew. Their bodies, once taut with exhaustion and fear, now begin to relax. The storm is behind them, and with it, the terror that had them haunted their every movement. The sea, though still vast and unpredictable, now feels more familiar, more like the sea they know and respect, though they are still keenly aware of its power. The men work with a more fluid rhythm now, their tasks moving with the ease of those who know their work well. The tension in their bodies has loosened, though their eyes still scan the horizon, ever watchful, ever prepared for the next test. The sea, after all, is never truly tame. It might seem calm now, but the Vikings know better. There is always something just beneath the surface, something hidden in the depths, waiting to rise again. The sea is a patient beast, one that strikes when least expected. Have you ever sailed across waters that seem peaceful, only to feel the nagging suspicion that something beneath the surface is waiting for the right moment to break the calm? The men understand this feeling deeply. They have learned that the sea, like a great predator, waits patiently for the right time to reveal its true nature. Though the sea might be calm now, there is a quiet readiness in their movements, a constant awareness of the dangers it still poses. The storm might have passed, but the sea has not forgotten. The crew's voices, once quiet with the weight of the storm, now rise in low murmurs. There is a feeling of unity among them, a bond forged through the struggle, through the terror they dared have shared. They do not speak of the storm directly. There is no need for words. Their shared experience is enough. Each man knows what the other has faced, what the sea has taken from them, and what it has given in return. They has given in return. Survived. They have endured. And for now, that is enough. The captain stands at the prow, his eyes fixed on the horizon. He feels the weight of his responsibility, the knowledge that it is his decisions that guide them through these waters. His grip on the ship's wheel is firm, his posture unyielding, though his mind is heavy with the understanding that the sea could rise up again at any moment. He knows this better than anyone. He has seen it before, ships torn apart, men lost to the waves, but he is not deterred. The Vikings are not men who shy away from danger. They face it head on, and the sea, though terrifying, is just another challenge to be conquered. As the ship cuts through the water, the familiar rocking motion returns, the steady rhythm that has always been a part of life at sea. The crew settles into their duties once again, working in sync, moving as one. There is no rush now, no desperation. There is only the steady march forward toward unknown lands, toward new challenges, and perhaps new storms. But the fear is not as it once was. The men have come to understand something deeper. They have learned that the sea does not always take. Sometimes it gives, rewards those who face it with bravery and endurance. The Vikings have faced the worst the sea can offer and survive. They have learned a lesson that survival, in the end, is a victory of its own. The day stretches on, and the sun begins its descent toward the horizon. The men, the weary, still work without complaint. The food they eat is simple, but there is a deep satisfaction in the act of preparing it together. In the quiet moments of shared purpose, them yes, but it has also brought them closer. They know that they are not alone on this journey. They have each other, and they have the ship, their steadfast companion. The land, though a welcome sight, is not their true home. The sea is. It is the place where they are most themselves, where they find their true strength. And though it is dangerous, though it might claim them someday, they will continue to sail because they cannot imagine another way of life. The fire that burns on the ship tonight is small but steady, its warmth a welcome contrast to the chill of the air. The men sit around it, their faces lit by the flickering light. They do not speak much, for there is little to say. The storm is past, and for now, they are safe. The sea, though ever present, has calmed, and the crew has settled into a more peaceful rhythm. But the fear has not completely disappeared. It lingers beneath the surface, like a shadow waiting for the next wave to rise. It is the quiet fear that every sailor knows, the fear that no matter how many storms you survive, no matter how many times you conquer the waves, the sea will always have the final word. The sea is not a place for comfort, for predictability. It is a place for survival. The captain, though quiet, feels the weight of his crew's trust in him. He knows that it is not just his decisions that guide them. It is their shared strength, their shared experience. They have been tested, and they have passed the test, but he knows, as they all do, that there will be more tests to come. There'll be more tests to come. Sea does not allow for complacency. The sea tests you, always, and it takes from you what it chooses. But the Vikings, despite the terror that the sea brings, do not shrink from it. Night deepens and the stars begin to twinkle above. The men settle into their rest, their bodies still worn from the storm. But sleep does not come easily. The sea is always there, in their thoughts, in their dreams. It is both a refuge and a threat, both a home and a grave. They know that no matter how many times they sail, they will never truly escape its power. It will always be there, just beyond the horizon, waiting to rise again. The journey continues, but the men are no longer the same. The sea has changed them, as it changes all who sail upon it. It has taken something from them, but it has also given them something in return. It has given them strength, resilience, and an understanding of their place in the porcine world. The sea is a force beyond their control, but they have learned to navigate it, to endure its fury, to survive. And though it will always terrify them, they know that they will answer its call again, because they are sailors, and the sea is where they belong. The fire crackles low as the men drift off to sleep, their minds heavy with the weight of the sea's challenge. They will sail again. The sea will always be there, but they will face it. They will endure. That is the face it. Viking way. The wind shifts through the sails, a soft but persistent push against the fabric that sets the ship back into motion. The gentle creaking of the timbers is now familiar, comforting in its predictability. For a moment, there is nothing but the calm, rhythmic pace of the ship's journey, the steady sway of the water beneath. It is a far cry from the storm that tore through the crew only days ago. But the men do not forget the force that lies beneath the calm. Their eyes constantly dart to the horizon, scanning the water for signs of change. signs of something they cannot yet see. But no is always waiting. The sea, after all, is never truly at peace. Have you ever been in the eye of a storm, only to know that the storm has not truly passed, that you are just waiting for it to return in another form, another shape? The men feel it now, despite the calmness around them. The storm might have passed, but the knowledge of what it can do hangs over them like a heavy cloud. The sea, in all its beauty and danger, is a reminder that no man is ever truly in control. The ship glides smoothly through the water, but it is a fragile thing. No matter how strong or well-crafted, the sea can take it all away with a single shift in the wind, a single rise of the waves. As the ship continues its steady journey, the ship continues its steady journey. Crew settles into their routines. The fear of the storm has not dissipated, but it has been pushed into the background. The men are no longer in a rush. They have seen what the sea is capable of, and they now know that the only way to survive, it is to move with it, to ride its waves, to endure. The fear is not gone. It never truly leaves, but it is no longer the driving force behind their actions. The sea has taught them that survival is about balance, about knowing when to fight and when to yield, about understanding that it is not the storms they must fear most, but the quiet, unseen dangers that can turn the tide without warning. The captain stands at the helm, his hand steady on the wheel, his eyes always searching, always watching. The sea is never truly still, never predictable. The men are silent now, working without speaking, their movements more measured than before. The tension is still present, but it is no longer as sharp, as palpable. The crew moves as one, aware of the sea's dangers, but also aware that they cannot let that fear control them. They are sailors, and they must sail. The rhythm of the ship's movement is both a comfort and a reminder that life on the water is fragile, that every voyage is a battle with the unknown. The captain, though quiet, feels the weight of his responsibilities. He knows that the sea is a place where no one can truly be in control. No matter how prepared they are, no matter how skilled they might be. It does not matter how many battles they've fought, how many storms they've weathered. The sea will always hold the upper hand. The knowledge is not new to him, but it is something that becomes clearer with each passing hour, each passing day. They're not masters of the sea. They are its witnesses, its survivors. As the day stretches on, the crew begins to settle into a more comfortable rhythm. The sense of urgency has faded. Though the quiet tension remains, the ship moves steadily, the oars dipping in and out of the water with rhythmic precision. There is no storm in sight, no sign of danger. But the men know better than to be lulled into complacency. The sea is never as calm as it seems. They have seen it turn in an instant, have felt the grip of the waves when they least expected it. They will not make the mistake of thinking they are safe. Not now, not after what they've endured. Not after what they've endured. Are no songs, no stories shared around the fire tonight. The men rest, but they do so in silence, each of them lost in his own thoughts. The fear of the storm lingers even now, but it is not the only thing on their minds. The sea has a strange effect on them, a way of making them reflect, of making them aware of their place in the world. It humbles them, reminding that no matter how far they travel, no matter how many lands they conquer, the sea is the one thing they cannot control. It is the one thing that will always remain a mystery. The horizon stretches out before them, endless and vast. The sun sets, casting a soft glow across the water, painting the world in hues of orange and gold. The men watch in silence as the light fades, the dark waters of the night swallowing the ship whole. The stars begin to appear, the only true guide in a world so vast and uncharted. The sea feels eternal, timeless, a force that has always existed and will continue to do so, long after the men who sail upon it are gone. Have you ever felt that quiet stillness in the night, when the world seems to hold its breath, when you realize that there is something beyond your understanding, beyond your control? The men feel it now, in the silence of the night, as they look out at the endless water. The sea is both beautiful and terrifying, and it calls them to it, again and again, no matter how many times they face its fury. It is both a home and a grave, a place where men find their greatest fears and their greatest strengths. The men settle into their rest, but sleep does not come easily. The fear of the sea has not left them, and it never will. It is not a fear that paralyzes them, but a fear that drives them forward, that urges them to sail, to seek, to challenge the unknown. It is the same fear that has always driven them, that has shaped their world, their identity. The sea is not something to be conquered. It is something to be conquered, to be endured, and yet they know that endurance is a victory in itself. To survive the sea is to prove one's strength, one's resilience. As the night wears on, the ship continues its course. The water, glistening beneath the stars, rests, but their minds remain alert. They know that the sea can change at any moment, that the waves can rise again, that the storm could come back unbidden, but they are ready. They have survived. And they know that survival is not just about facing the storm. It is about facing the unknown, about enduring the fear and continuing despite it. The fire crackles low, and the men settle into sleep. Their bodies worn, but their spirits unbroken. The journey continues, as it always does. The sea, ever present, ever changing, is their constant companion. They are sailors, survivors, and they will face whatever comes next. The sea will always be there, a force beyond their understanding, a challenge they will never fully conquer, but they will sail, because that is what they do. That is what they do. They have always done. And with each passing day, with each wave they conquer, they prove that the sea does not own them. It does not define them. They are defined by their ability to endure, to keep sailing, to keep fighting, no matter the thorniest cost. The sea might terrify them, but it will never stop them. As the first light of dawn peeks over the edge of the horizon, the men stir from their quiet rest. The sea remains as it has been for the past few days, calm and unyielding, stretching endlessly before them. The men do not speak immediately. Their faces reflect the exhaustion of the journey, though it is not the physical strain that weighs most heavily on their minds. It is the knowledge that the sea has already tested them once more, and though they have survived, it will not forget their defiance. The sea is patient. It waits, watching, ever present, but never forgiving. The men know this truth in their bones, even as they continue forward. As they continue toward, press on toward their destination, the sea is already considering when it will next show its true face. The crew moves in a quiet, practiced rhythm, preparing the ship for the day ahead. The sails are unfurled once more, the ropes adjusted, the sails oars ready to dip into the water at the signal. Despite the fear that still hangs in the air, there is a sense of determination in their movements. They do not shy away from the work that must be done. The storm has not broken them. It has only made them more resolute, more aware of the fragile line between survival and disaster. As the ship continues its journey, the men fall into a steady routine, each motion deliberate and measured. There are no more hurried actions, no more frantic work. The storm, while fresh in their memories, has become a part of them, woven into the fabric of their lives. The sea, unpredictable and powerful, is both a source of dread and strength. It is something that has been with them since the moment they first set sail, and it will remain with them, ever present, as long as they live. The captain stands at the prow, his eyes scanning the horizon with practiced focus. He feels the weight of his responsibility, as always, but now there is a certain quiet in his thoughts. The storm that had tested them so cruelly is now a memory, but it has shaped his understanding of the sea. No longer does he see the ocean as a vast expanse of possibility, as it once was in the days before his first voyage. Now it is a force that demands respect, that reminds him of his own vulnerability. No man, no matter how skilled or brave, is immune to its power. But there is also a quiet acceptance within him, a peace that comes with the knowledge that the sea, though capable of terrifying violence, also offers something else, something that calls to him, something that fills him with purpose. The sea is not just a force of nature, it is a way of life. It is the way of the Vikings, the path they have always walked, the ship, the crew, the sea. These are the things that define them. They are not meant to be still, they are meant to move forward, to face the challenges the sea presents, even when those challenges seem insurmountable. Have you ever felt, in the midst of your own struggles, the strange sensation of acceptance, the understanding that you cannot control everything, but you must keep moving forward anyway? The men feel it now. They know that they cannot control the sea. They cannot predict what the future holds, but they can endure, and that endurance, that quiet strength, is what will carry them through whatever lies ahead. The storm might have passed, but the sea will never truly relent. It will always challenge them, but it will also always shape them. They will rise and fall with the tides, and through it all, they will endure. The men work in silence as the ship continues its scythe course, each motion a small act of defiance against the forces of nature that have tested them so cruelly. The sea, with all its vastness and unpredictability, has proven to be both their greatest fear and their greatest ally. It is the one thing they cannot master, but it is also the one thing that has allowed them to carve out their place in the world. The sea might be terrifying, but it is also where they feel most alive. As the ship glides on, the crew begins to relax slightly, their bodies moving with less strain than before. They are not carefree, not yet. The fear of the storm still lingers, but it has shifted. It is not a fear of what might come, but a quiet acknowledgement that the sea will always be there, always waiting. And as long as they continue to sail, they will continue to face its unpredictable nature. But this time they face it with a quiet strength, a knowledge that they have survived, and they will survive again. The horizon remains distant, but it is steadily growing closer. The land, the destination they seek, is no longer just a dream in the distance. It is real, tangible, and just within reach. The men know that the sea has brought them to this moment, that it has shaped their journey, and though the sea is both a terrifying force and a steady companion, it has allowed them to continue. The shore calls to them, but they do not rush toward it. They know that the sea will always be a part of their lives. It has tested them, and it will continue to do so, but it has also given them something else, something that can never be taken away. It has given them the strength to endure. The men continue to sail on, their faces set with quiet resolve. The land might be near, but it is not their destination. The destination is the sea itself. It is the journey, the challenge, the test. The land will offer them rest, but the sea will offer them the true measure of their strength. They will face it again and again for as long as they live. They'll face it again and again for as long as they live. Sea will continue to rise and fall, and they will continue to sail, and so the journey continues. The ship moves steadily across the water, the men at the helm ever vigilant, ever prepared. The sea, with all its beauty and danger, will never truly release its grip on them, but that is the way it has always been. The Vikings have never feared the sea. They have feared only their own inability to endure it. But they know now, as they have always known, that they are meant to endure. The sea might challenge them, might break them, might even take their lives, but it will never take their spirit. The sun dips lower on the horizon, casting the world in hues of red and gold. The fire on board flickers gently, casting shadows on the men's faces as they work. Their movements are slower now, the rhythm of their labor more measured, more mindful. There is no fear left in them, only the quiet understanding that the journey is never over. The sea has shown them its power, but sea has shown them its power. It has also shown them their own strength. As the ship moves forward, the men settle into the quiet of the night, knowing that no matter how many storms they face, no matter how many dangers the sea holds for them, they will endure. They will endure. Sail again, because that is what they do. They are Viking survivors of the sea, and the sea, though terrifying, will never break them. The deep blue of the ocean stretches out before them, an endless expanse beneath a sky that shifts from the muted grays of early morning to the soft hues of a brightening afternoon. The sun, high and strong, casts its warming rays upon the deck, and the wind, though gentle, pushes the sails steadily forward. The ship cuts through the water with its familiar rhythm, its timbers groaning slightly under the weight of the crew and their burden. The men, though tired, work in measured silence, each move familiar, each task ingrained in them as part of their very nature. Though the storm is now a distant memory, its shadow has not yet completely lifted from their minds. It lingers like the cool bite of the wind, a reminder of their vulnerability. The sea, though calm now, has revealed its true nature to them. It is unpredictable. It is unpredictable, is violent. It is something they cannot control, no matter how much they wish to. Yet they sail on, for that is what they do. The sea is a part of their blood, their being, and though it terrifies them, they know that it is also their home. The ship continues its steady journey across the water. Each movement of the oars, each adjustment of the sail, a sign of the crew's resilience. They have weathered the storm, yes, but they are not without scars. The men wear their fear now, not as a burden, but as a quiet knowledge. It is a part of them. The sea has tested them, and they have passed that test, but it will always come again. It is inevitable. Have you ever felt the weight of something you can't escape? Something that calls to you even as it fills you with dread? The Vikings have known that feeling, for it is the sea that calls them. It is the sea that will always challenge them, always remind them of their fragility. And yet, it is the sea that gives them purpose, no matter how many times they have faced its fury, no matter how many times it has threatened to swallow them whole. They know they will answer its call again. The men work with a quiet purpose now, their bodies moving almost in sync with the rhythm of the ship. They know the routine. It is second nature to them, but as they work, their eyes still scan the horizon. They do not speak much. What is there to say? The sea does not care for their words. It only cares for their actions, for their ability to survive, to endure. They have survived this journey, but they know that the next will be just as treacherous. Them again. The captain stands at the helm, his face a mask of focus. The men look to him, not just for direction, but for reassurance. They trust him, yes, but they also trust the sea. They know that it is not a question of being ready for the storm, but of being ready for whatever might come, calm or storm, wind or waves. They must be ready to face it all. The captain feels the weight of his crew's trust, but he knows deep down that the sea will always have the final say. It is humbling, this knowledge, but it is also freeing. The sea is the ultimate force, and to fight it is to acknowledge that it cannot be tamed. It will rise and fall as it chooses, and the only thing they can do is ride its waves, knowing they might be tossed at any moment. The sun continues its slow descent, casting the world in a soft golden light. The waves ripple gently against the hull. The sea no longer the enemy, but the companion, the guide. The men are not celebrating, though. Is no triumph in their movements. The storm is past, but the fear is not gone. It never truly leaves, but it has become something they can live with. It is a constant presence, like the sea itself, ever watching, ever waiting. There is something oddly peaceful in this, in the quiet knowledge that the sea will always remain beyond their control. It is a paradox. The sea offers both terror and peace, both destruction and life. It's a force that defies understanding. and yet the force that defies understanding, and yet the men know it intimately. They are no strangers to it, and despite the terror it brings, they will sail again. The fear they carry now is not the kind that freezes them. It is the kind that sharpens them, that prepares them for what might come. Have you ever felt a sense of peace in the midst of fear? The men do. They have faced the worst the sea can offer, and they know that no matter what lies ahead, they will endure. The storm has passed, but its lessons remain. It has taught them something deep, something that has become a part of who they are. They are not just survivors. They are men who live in constant awareness of the sea's power, men who understand that they are never truly safe, never truly in control. But that knowledge does not stop them from continuing. It drives them forward. The men, though weary, continue their work. The ship sails on, its course steady, its purpose clear. But beneath the surface, there is an undercurrent of awareness, a quiet understanding that the sea could shift at any moment. It could rise up and change everything. The men do not wish for that. They wish only for calm, for peace. But the sea, like life itself, offers no such promises. It only offers what is, what has been, and what might come. As the night falls, the crew gathers once more around the fire, their faces illuminated by its flickering light. They do not speak much, for so, what is there to say? Sorry, on the rocks, to torrents. They have sailed through the storm. They have faced its fury and lived, but there is no celebration. There is only the quiet hum of the fire, the crackling of the wood, the soft sound of the waves against the ship. They rest, but it is not dull. The kind of rest that brings true peace. It is the kind of rest that comes only after battle, after hardship, after survival. The stars above twinkle in the dark sky, and for a moment there is a strange sense of stillness. The sea, calm and steady, stretches out before them, an endless expanse of water. The men know that it is only a brief reprieve. The sea will rise again. It always does. It might be tomorrow. It might be tomorrow. It might be tomorrow. But the sea will rise, and they will face it again, and they will survive. They will endure. That is the Viking way. The crew begins to settle into their rest, their eyes closing, but sleep does not come easily. The fear of the storm lingers, yes, but there is something else now. The men know that the sea will always be there. It is both their greatest challenge and their greatest ally. It will never truly be tamed, but it will always be there. A constant in their lives, a force that shapes them, defines them, and tests them. And though it terrifies them, they know that they will never stop answering its call. They will sail again, because it is their destiny, because it is who they are. The sea will always challenge them, but it will never break them. Morning light breaks across the horizon once more, bathing the world in soft shades of pink and orange. The sea, though calm for now, stretches out endlessly before them, an expanse of water that feels as infinite as the sky itself. The ship glides steadily forward, its sails full, the oars dipping gently into the water with practiced ease. The men, though weary, are no longer stiff with fear. The storm that once gripped them in terror now feels like a distant memory. Though it soars like a distant memory, lessons remain. The sea, unpredictable and dangerous, has shown them that nothing in this world is certain, nothing except the constant call of the water urging them onward. The crew moves with a quiet purpose, their movements more fluid now, less hurried. Tension in the air has softened, but it has not disappeared entirely. There is still a deep awareness that the sea is never truly tame, never truly still. It is the vast, unforgiving force that has shaped their lives, and no matter how many times they sail, it will always be waiting. The men know this. They have learned to respect it, to live with it, but it will always be a part of their world, a part of their fate. The captain stands near the helm, his hands steady as he guides ship forward, his gaze scanning the horizon. He feels the weight of his crew's trust, but he also feels the weight of his own responsibility. It is his decisions that lead them, his choices that determine their course. But in his heart, his heart knows that no matter how carefully he charts the ship's path, he cannot control the sea. It is a force beyond him, beyond any man, and it is this knowledge that keeps him ever vigilant. The sea is never to be trusted. It can change in an instant, and when it does, nothing can save them. The men work together, but their voices are hushed. There is no laughter now, no songs or stories shared around the fire. There is only the quiet rhythm of life at sea, the steady pulse of the oars, the swish of the water against the ship's hull. The storm has passed, but it has left its mark on each man, etched into their very souls. The fear may not be as sharp as it once was, but it is still there, lurking just beneath the surface, a quiet reminder that they are not invincible. The sea is not their ally. It is not their enemy either. It is simply what it is, a powerful force that must be faced time and time again. As the days pass and the ship continues its steady journey, the crew falls into a more comfortable rhythm. The fear of the storm has faded, replaced by something quieter, something deeper. It is an understanding of their place in the world, of the power that the sea holds over them. The Vikings are not men who bow to fear. They face it, and they endure, and in enduring, they find their strength. But even now, as they sail on, they know that the sea has a way of testing them, a way of revealing their fragility. Will always test them, always demand more. But they will face it, and they will endure. The sun climbs higher in the sky, casting its light on the ship as it cuts through the water. The men's faces are weathered from the journey, their eyes focused, their expressions calm. The sea, though still, has a quiet energy to it, a hum that seems to fill the air. It is not the storm that haunts them anymore, but the knowledge that the sea can shift, can turn at any moment, and there will be moment. Nothing they can do to stop it, though. The ship is strong, but the sea is stronger. And so they sail on, not knowing what awaits them, but prepared for whatever comes next. They cannot control the sea, but they can endure it. Have you ever realized that the real danger in any journey is not the obstacle in front of you, but the fear that keeps you from moving forward? The men have learned that the greatest challenge is not the storm, not the waves, but the fear of what lies ahead. It is the fear that can freeze you, the fear that can stop you from acting, from moving forward. The Vikings, though terrified, know this truth. They know that the only way to survive the sea is to keep moving, to keep sailing, to keep facing the unknown. The sea will never stop testing them, but they will never stop answering its call. The wind shifts slightly. Oh, subtle change that sends a ripple of movement through the sails. The ship continues its steady course, the men working together, their focus unbroken. The sea, though vast and terrifying, is something they have learned to live with. They have learned to respect it, to understand its moods, to ride its waves. But they have also learned that they cannot predict it, they cannot control it. And that is the part of sea that terrifies them most. It is not the storm. It is not the storm. It is not the storm wind. It is the quiet, the waiting, the knowledge that at any moment the sea could change and they would be at its mercy once more. The captain looks out at the horizon, his gaze fixed on the distant line where the sea meets the sky. There is no land in sight, no sign of shelter, only the endless expanse of water. The men are not looking at the horizon anymore. They are looking at the work ahead of them, the sails to trim, the oars to adjust, the constant, unyielding tasks that keep the ship moving forward. They are no longer racing against the storm. They are simply moving with the sea, riding its waves, enduring its pull. There is no grand victory in this. There is no conquest, no triumph. The Vikings are not the Vikings, are not the Vikings, conquerors of the sea. They are its survivors. They are men who live with it, who answer its challenges, who face its fury, and who live to sail another day. They know that the sea will always be a part of them, always call them back, and that the only way to face it is with resolve, with strength, and with an understanding that no matter how many times they survive, no matter how many times they conquer the waves, they will never truly master it. They can only endure it. As the ship sails on, the men settle into the quiet of the journey, the tension in their shoulders easing as the sea grows calm again. The fear is still there, but it is no longer the driving force. They have learned to live with it, to sail alongside it. And so the ship moves forward, its course set for new lands, new adventures, and new challenges. The sea might test them again, it might rise up, furious and wild. But the men know that they will face it, as they always have, with strength, with courage, and with a quiet understanding that the sea, no matter how terrifying, is their home. The day continues, the sun climbing higher in the sky. The men work together, the rhythm of their labor steady and sure. The sea is calm, but the understanding is always there, like the faintest whisper in the back of their minds, the knowledge that the sea is never fully predictable. It will always challenge them, always demand more. But the men of the crew know one thing: no matter how often the sea tests them, they will endure. And that, in the end, is all that matters. The ship sails on, its course unbroken, its destination unknown, but force unbroken. Now the crew is content. They are alive, they have survived, and that is enough. The sea continues to stretch out before them, an endless expanse of water that rises and falls with a gentle rhythm. The ship sails steadily on, cutting through the water with practiced ease, its sails billowing slightly in a breeze. There are no storms now, no violent waves, but the tension is never truly gone. The crew moves with purpose, their work steady and efficient, but the fear that had taken hold of them during the last storm has not fully dissipated. It lingers like a shadow at the edges of their thoughts, always present, always there, not afraid of the sea's fury, not anymore, but they know that it can rise again, as it always does, and they will be ready for it when it does. The men are quieter now than they had been before. There is no more joking, no more casual conversation. The storm has marked them, and they are all aware of it. The sea is no longer something they take for granted. It is something they must respect, something that commands their attention at all times. They have learned that the sea is both beautiful and dangerous, that it can offer both life and death in the same breath. And though they have weathered the worst it can throw at them, they know that the next challenge is always just beyond the horizon, waiting to test them once more. The captain stands at the helm, his eyes fixed on the horizon, but his thoughts are far away. He feels the weight of the crew's reliance on him, but he knows that he is not the true master of the ship. The sea is the master. He has learned this lesson time and time again. No matter how many battles he has won, no matter how many storms he has faced, he knows that he is always at the mercy of the water beneath him. The ship might be sturdy, the crew might be skilled, but none of that matters when the sea decides to rise. The captain knows that the sea will always have the upper hand. Have you ever felt that sensation of being small, insignificant, when you are surrounded by something far greater than you? The men feel it now, though they do not speak of it. The vastness of the sea is humbling, a reminder that, despite all their strength, despite all their courage, they are still just men, and the sea is a force beyond their control. They sail across it, navigating its moods, but they know that, at any moment, it could decide to turn against them. It is not a comforting thought, but it is one they must accept. The sea is not their enemy. It is not their ally. It is simply the force they must endure. The day moves forward slowly, the sun high in the sky. The men continue their work, their movements as fluid and practiced as the ship's steady course. There is no rush now, no frantic energy. The storm is behind them, but the fear remains, always lingering in the background. A quiet reminder that the sea is never truly predictable. They are not afraid of the next storm, not really, but they are cautious, always on guard, always watching for the first signs of change. The sea can shift in an instant, and when it does, they must be ready. The ship continues on, its sails full, its path steady, but the captain knows that the calm before the storm is often the most dangerous time. It is the moment when the sea deceives you into thinking it is tamed. That it is the moment when the sea deceives you into thinking longer a threat, but the sea is never tame. It is always waiting, always watching. And though the captain has faced its fury before, he knows that there is no guarantee that he will survive the next wave. But that is the way of the Vikings. They do not shy away from danger. They face it head on, even when they know that it might be the end. The men work in silence, but there is a shared understanding between them. They have all felt the sea's fury. They have all faced its power. And now, as the ship glides steadily through the water, they know that they are not in control. They are at the mercy of the sea, but they are also survivors. They have endured, and that endurance is what keeps them moving forward. Night begins to fall, the sky fading from blue to purple to black. The stars begin to twinkle above, the same stars that have guided them on every journey, the same stars that have led them through countless nights on the water. The fire on board crackles softly, casting a warm glow on the faces of the men. But it is a quiet warmth, one that offers little comfort in the face of the sea's vastness. The men sit in silence, each lost in his own thoughts, his own fears, his own reflections. There is no need for conversation. The storm has passed, but its shadow lingers. The men are not just recovering from the physical toll of the journey. They are recovering from the mental toll, from the fear that gnaws at them even now, assails them even now. The night deepens. The ship continues its course. The crew begins to settle into their rest, but sleep comes fitfully. It is not the physical exhaustion that keeps them awake. It is the knowledge that the sea could change at any moment, that it could rise up in fury again. The fear is not paralyzing. It is a quiet awareness, a constant hum in the background of their minds. It is the fear of what they cannot control, the fear of the unknown that lies just beneath the surface. And though they try to sleep, they cannot shake the feeling that the sea is always watching them, always waiting for the right moment to strike. The captain, though exhausted, remains at the helm. He is not tired in the way the men are. His tiredness is a deeper weariness, a mental and emotional fatigue that comes with the constant vigilance required to navigate the sea. His eyes never leave the horizon, never leave the water. He watches the stars as they move across the sky, guiding him forward. But there is something about the vastness of the sea, the endless expanse, that fills him with a quiet unease. He knows that no matter how far he sails, no matter how many lands he conquers, the sea will always be there. It will always be vast. It will always be powerful. And no matter how many times he survives its fury, he will always be at its mercy. As the night wears on, the ship sails forward, its course steady, its crew alert. The stars above are their only guide, their only hope of finding their way. The sea is both their enemy and their ally, a force that gives them everything they need, and yet takes everything from them when it chooses. But the crew does not fear it. They do not shrink from it. They have learned to live with it, to sail upon it, to endure it. And though they know that the sea might rise again, they are ready. They will face it. They will survive. The fire burns low, and the men drift into a fitful sleep, but the fear remains, always there, always waiting, like the sea itself. The night stretches on, the ship sailing steadily across the endless expanse of water. The crew, the weary, has found a rhythm again, their movements synchronized, as if they've been at sea forever. There is no rushing now, no frantic scrambling for survival. The storm is far behind them, yet its after effects remain. A quiet weight in their hearts, in their bones. The sea, though calm, still holds its secrets, still demands respect. And though the men now go about their work with practiced ease, they do so with the knowledge that their safety is temporary, that the calm is simply a pause before the storm returns. The captain stands at the helm, his hands firm on the wheel, his eyes scanning the horizon. He is not sure what he expects to see, perhaps only the quiet certainty of the waves, the undisturbed expanse of water stretching to the sky. But it is that very uncertainty that keeps him vigilant. Every ship that has sailed, every sailor that has ventured into these waters knows that the sea is never predictable, never still. It only seems so when it is waiting for the moment to strike. The crew's eyes, though directed outward toward the horizon, are filled with the same silent knowledge that weighs on the captain's heart. They are not talking much now. The voices that had once filled the ship with camaraderie and laughter have faded into silence. The storm has stolen their carefree nature, replacing it with something heavier, more reflective. They do not speak of the storm, but each of them feels it, its shadow, lingering even as the sky remains clear, as the sea remains peaceful. It is not the storm that haunts them now, but the waiting, the knowledge that the sea is never as calm as it seems. Have you ever experienced the eerie silence before a great change, that stillness that settles into the air, heavy with the understanding that something is about to shift? The men have known that feeling, that quiet hum beneath their skin as they sail through these unmarked waters. They know that the sea, for all its calmness, can never be trusted. The horizon might look peaceful, but the sea can rise without warning, as it always does when the time is right. And so they sail, not in the hope that the sea will be kind, but in the quiet acknowledgement that it is both a gift and a danger. As the days move forward, the ship becomes more than just a vessel. It becomes a home, a place of both safety and vulnerability, a constant reminder that life at sea is never fully in their hands. The crew, though skilled and strong, cannot outrun the sea's power. It does not matter how fast they sail, how well they navigate the waters. The sea will take them when it chooses. And yet, for all its danger, it is what they know, what they rely on. It is their purpose. To be a Viking is to live with the sea, to accept its challenges and its sea terror. The sea is not a place of comfort, but it is a place of meaning, of purpose, of strength. The captain continues to watch, his thoughts unspoken, his mind sharp, always calculating, always measuring the distance between the ship and the horizon. He does not speak to the men. He does not need to. They know what is at stake. They know that each journey across the sea is a risk, an act of faith, of endurance. The sea will never stop testing them. It will never stop testing them. It will never stop demanding that they prove themselves worthy. The Vikings are survivors, but they are survivors because they face the unknown again and again, despite the terror it brings. It is not bravery that makes them strong. It is the willingness to endure. The men work in silence, their eyes occasionally turning toward the horizon, as if they are searching for something that isn't there. The land, though still distant, seems to draw closer each day. They know that when they reach it, they know, will offer them rest, a brief reprieve, but the sea will never stop. The next voyage, the next storm, the next challenge, these are things they cannot escape. They are bound to the sea. Though they know its power, they know its power, also know that it is the only thing that truly shapes them, that defines them. Without the sea, they would be nothing. The land offers shelter, but it does not offer life. The sun begins to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the ship, the men's faces illuminated by the soft, fading light. The fire burns low, but its warmth does little to alleviate the quiet weight of the night around it, not in celebration, but in contemplation. There is no joy in their gathering tonight, only a quiet understanding of the sea's power, of what they have endured and what they still must face. They're not afraid. They're not broken. They are not broken. They are simply aware, aware of their place in the world, aware of the vastness of the ocean, aware of the fragility of life itself. Have you ever been in the company of others who understand the weight of what you are facing, even if no words are spoken? Are being diminished. The crew shares that understanding now, a bond forged not by words, but by experience, by the shared terror and the shared endurance. They have been tested. They have survived. Survival is an ongoing process. It is a constant battle with the sea, a constant negotiation with fate, and they will continue to sail, as they always have, because they know that it is the only way to live. The sea is their companion. They challenge, they test, and as long as it remains, they will sail over and over again, enduring whatever it might throw at them. As the men prepare to rest for the night, their faces somber, their thoughts heavy, the ship continues its steady course. The horizon, though still distant, seems a little nearer now, but the land does not seem as inviting as it once did. The men know that once they reach it, it will only be a brief respite. They will rest, they will repair, and then they will return to the sea. The sea is what shapes them. The sea is what defines them. And though it is terrifying, though it challenges them in ways they cannot always understand, they know that they would not be who they are without it. The ship drifts through the calm waters, its course unwavering, its purpose clear. The men, though tired, though marked by fear and by the memory of the storm, continue on, knowing that they cannot escape the sea, they cannot outrun it, can only endure it, and so they sail, because that is what they do. The night deepens, and the men, though tired, remain alert. The sea is calm for now, but the fear remains. It always will. The sea is never truly tamed, but the Vikings know that they are stronger for facing it, for living with it, for answering its call. And when the sea calls again, they will answer. They always do. The stars above twinkle brightly in the clear night sky, as if keeping watch over the men. Below, the sea stretches endlessly, its dark expanse broken only by the faint ripples from the ship's weight. The wind is steady, the sails full, and the ship glides through the water, cutting through the quiet night with effortless grace. Yet, despite the peace that surrounds them, the men remain vigilant, their senses keen, their thoughts sharp. The sea, calm and beautiful now, is ever present in their minds. It is a constant reminder of the precariousness of their lives, of the fragile balance they walk each time they set sail. Though the storm is behind them, it has left its imprint, not just in the repairs that had to be made to the ship or the scars it left on the men's bodies, but in the way they now look at the sea. It is no longer just a place of opportunity and adventure. It is a force, one that can take everything from them in an instant. The men do not speak of their fear that paralyzes them, but the kind that humble sees them. They have seen what the sea can do, and they know that it will never truly stop testing them. The captain stands at the helm, his eyes focused on the dark horizon. The ship is steady under his command, and though his body is exhausted, his mind remains sharp. The sea is always unpredictable, and though the waters are calm now, he knows that it could change in the blink of an eye. The crew depends on him, and though he has faced storms before, there is something about this one that still lingers in his mind. It was not just the intensity of the wind, the power of the waves, or the violence of the rain. It was the sheer unpredictability of it all. The storm had come from nowhere, caught them off guard, and reminded them of their place in the world. It had shown them that no matter how well they prepare, no matter how skilled they are, there is always something out of their control. The sea will always have the final say. As the captain looks out at the fine, open water, he can feel the weight of the crew's trust on his shoulders. They look to him for guidance, for strength, and yet he knows that no matter how much he leads, he cannot control the sea. The storm had tested them, pushed them to their limits, and though they had survived, it had also shown them their vulnerability. They are not invincible. They are not masters of the sea. They are simply men who must live with it, sail on it, and face it when it rises. They work in silence, their hands moving efficiently, but without the usual enthusiasm. The fear that once gripped them tightly in the storm now exists in a quiet, ever-present hum beneath their actions. They are no longer carefree adventurers. They are survivors, and the sea has made them that way. They know that survival is not just about battling the waves or braving the wind. It is about enduring, about holding on when everything around you threatens to pull you under. Have you ever been in the middle of a vast, uncharted landscape, knowing that despite all your strength, despite all your preparation, you are at the mercy of forces you cannot control? The men feel this deep in their bones. The storm, though over, has shown them just how small they truly are in the face of the sea. It is a humbling feeling, a feeling that makes them respect the water more than they ever did before. The sea is beautiful, yes, but it is also terrifying. Death, creation, and destruction, and though they continue to sail, they do so with the understanding that the sea can turn at any moment, can rise up and take from them without warning. The ship sails on, the oars dipping in and out of the water in a steady rhythm. The crew works as one, moving in and out of the water in a steady rhythm. Practice unison, but there is something different now in their movements. There is no longer that raw, instinctive energy that came with the excitement of the journey. Instead, there is a quiet, determined rhythm, a careful attention to detail. They do not take the sea for granted anymore. They know its power, its unpredictability, and they have learned to move with it, to anticipate it. But no matter how carefully they sail, no matter how prepared they are, they know the sea can change in an instant. As the day stretches into evening, the ship continues its course, the sun sinking slowly toward the horizon. The colors in the sky shift from gold to orange to deep purple, painting the world in hues of fire and twilight. The men pause for a moment to watch, the beauty of the sunset striking them with its fleeting, quiet wonder. It is moments like these, when the world seems still, that the sea feels almost peaceful. But even as they gaze at the horizon, they know that this peace is temporary. The sea has its moods, and it will change, as it always does. It is never still for long. The captain looks up at the sky, his thoughts turning inward for a moment. The men, though tired, seem to be at ease, but he knows that the storm is not the only thing they fear. It is the unpredictability of the sea itself. It is the knowledge that no matter how many times they survive, the next time could be their last. He has seen it happen. Men lost to the fear, sea in an instant, without warning, without a chance to fight back. It is the nature of the sea, the nature of life at sea. It is unforgiving, and it is always waiting. And so, the captain remains ever watchful, ever alert, always prepared for what might come next. The fire burns low as the evening stretches into night. The men sit in quiet reflection around the fire, their faces illuminated by the flickering light. They do not speak much, their minds still heavy with the weight of a weight. The storm, the ship is steady, the sea calm, but the fear remains. It is not the kind of fear that paralyzes. It is the kind that reminds them of their fragility, of the sea's power, of the uncertainty of life. They are not afraid to sail again, but they know that the sea will always rise, and they must be ready for it when it does. As the night deepens, the crew settles into a restless sleep, their bodies still tense, their minds alert. The sea might be calm, but the men know that it can change in the blink of an eye. The waves can rise, the winds can shift, and the storm can come back. Without warning, the men drift off to sleep, but their minds are never truly at rest. The sea is always there, waiting, watching, ready to test them once again. The ship, once again, sails on, its course steady, its purpose clear. The men, though weary, continue to work, to endure. They know that the sea is both their greatest challenge and their greatest ally. It is the force that has shaped their lives, and though it still terrifies them, they will never stop answering its call. The sea will rise, it will test them, and they will face it, because that is what they do. The journey continues. The crew moving in unison, ever vigilant, ever prepared for what might come. They do not seek glory, nor do they seek comfort. They seek survival, and in that survival, they find their strength. They find their purpose. The night has fallen once more, and the ship moves steadily through the vast, endless sea. The men are working in silence, their faces illuminated by the flickering glow of the fire. The sun has set, leaving behind a sky studded with stars, but even in the beauty of the night, the men's thoughts remain sharp. The sea, though calm, never lets them forget the danger it holds, the risks that are always present. The storm is no longer a threat, but its memory lingers like a shadow, a quiet reminder of the sea's unpredictable power. The men no longer speak of it, but they feel its seal presence in the way they watch the water, the way they move, and the way they work. The captain remains at the helm, his eyes always on the horizon, ever vigilant, his mind sharp. The sea is calm for now, but the captain knows better than to trust it completely. The sea might be a calm expanse now, but it could rise in an instant, as it has so many times before. The unpredictability of the sea is both its beauty and its terror. No matter how prepared they are, no matter how many times they've survived, they know that the sea will always hold its mysteries, always hold its power over them. The men are quieter than they used to be. They no longer speak of the excitement of the journey or the thrill of the unknown. They thrill of the unknown, have learned that the sea holds not just the promise of discovery, but also the potential for destruction. They have seen its power firsthand, and it has humbled them. Their faces are set with the quiet determination of men who have endured, who have faced what seemed like insurmountable odds and have survived, but they know that the sea is never done with them. It will always demand more. As the ship sails on, the crew continues to work with quiet precision. The rhythm of the sea ship's movement is steady, the oars dipping in and out of the water, the sails billowing with the wind. The calm of the sea is a comfort in its own way, but the men know that it is only temporary. It is the calm before the storm, the lull before the waves rise again. The sea, they know, is not a place of peace. It is a place of constant motion, of change, and of uncertainty. And in that uncertainty lies both its beauty and its danger. The captain remains focused, his hand steady on the wheel, his gaze fixed on the horizon. He knows that the sea is a force beyond his control, beyond any man's control. The ship might be sturdy, the crew might be skilled, but the sea is a constant reminder that no matter how much they prepare, no matter how much they think they understand it, it will always have, they think they understand it, power to surprise them. It is a humbling thought, one that never leaves the captain's mind. It is the price of sailing, the knowledge that no matter how many storms they survive, no matter how many miles they travel, the sea will always be waiting for them just beyond the horizon. As the night wears on, the men continue their work, their movements fluid in practice. There is a quiet tension in the air, a sense of readiness, of waiting. They are not afraid, not in the way they are not afraid. Once were, but they are aware. The sea has shown them its power, and they will never forget that lesson. They work with purpose, but they also work with caution. They are not taking the sea for granted anymore. They are not underestimating it. They know that the calm is only temporary, and they must be prepared for whatever comes next. The wind picks up slightly, a shift in the air that sends a ripple through the sails. The men stop for a moment, their eyes turning toward the horizon. There is no storm yet, no sign of danger, but the shift in the air is enough to make them wary. The sea, they know, is always changing. The wind could rise, the waves could swell, And before they know it, they could be in the midst of another storm, but they do not panic. They are prepared. They have survived worse. They have learned that survival is not about predicting the storm, but about enduring it when it comes. As the ship continues its journey, the men settle platoon. The men settle back into their work, their movements synchronized with the rhythm of the sea. There is a sense of unity among them now, a shared understanding that they are in this together. They are not just sailors, they are survivors. They have faced the face storm, and they have lived. The sea has tried to break them, but it has not succeeded. They know that it will come again, and they will face it again, just as they always have. They will endure. Have you ever found strength in the knowledge that you've survived something you once feared, something that once seemed insurmountable? The Vikings have. They have faced the sea's fury, and they have endured. They know that the sea will never stop testing them, never stop challenging them, but they also know that they are capable of surviving it, of facing whatever it throws at them. And that in itself is a victory. The ship continues on, the crew moving in rhythm with the sea, each man focused on his task. The fear, though still there, is quieter now. It is not the fear of the storm, but the quiet awareness that the sea is always watching, always waiting. It is a fear that cannot be outrun, but one that can be lived with. The Vikings have learned this. They have learned that survival is not about avoiding danger, but about enduring it. The sea will rise again, and when it does, they will face it. They will survive, because that is what they do. The fire burns low as the night deepens, the ship continuing its steady course. Stars above twinkle like silent witnesses, the only companions to the men who sail through the darkness. The sea is vast, endless, and the men are but a small part of it. They are travelers, adventurers, but they are also humbled by it. The sea is not theirs to control. It is theirs to endure. As the night stretches on, the crew settles into a quiet rest. Their bodies are weary, but their spirits remain strong. They have faced the storm and lived. They will face the storm and live. Whatever comes next, as they always do, the sea will rise, but they will endure. The ship sails on, the men steady at their posts. The sea might be calm now, but it will rise again. The men will rise with it. They will always rise. The dawn never rise. Breaks slowly, a soft glow filling the sky as the sun rises over the endless expanse of water. The ship cuts through the calm sea, its timbers groaning in their familiar rhythm. The men, though worn from their journey, continue their work with practiced ease. There is a quiet determination in their movements now, an understanding that they are no longer driven by the thrill of adventure, but by something far deeper, an acceptance of the sea's unpredictability, an acknowledgement of its sea's unpredictability, power, and a quiet resolve to face whatever challenges it might bring. The captain stands at the helm, his hands steady on the wheel, his eyes scanning the horizon. He knows that the sea, though calm for now, is a fickle force, one that can shift in an instant. The men might be at peace for this moment, but the captain knows that peace is fleeting. The storm that once tore through them, the fury of the waves, the blinding rain, it is all fresh in his memory, but that memory has become a part of them. It has shaped the way they sail, the way they move, the way they face the unknown. They are not afraid of the storm anymore. They are simply prepared for it. The crew works in silence, their movements synchronized as if they have been sailing for a lifetime. The ship continues to glide through the water, its sails full, its course steady. There is no rush, no frantic hurry. The men understand now that the journey is not about speed or excitement. It is about endurance. It is about facing the vastness of the sea, the unpredictability of the waves, and moving forward despite it all. The sea is not theirs to tame. It is theirs to live with, to survive. The men no longer speak of the storm, but they remember. Speak of the storm, but they remember. It In, they remember the terror, the helplessness, the feeling of being tossed about by forces beyond their control. But they have also learned from it. They have learned that the sea does not care for their bravado, their skill, or their strength. It may strail, or their strength. Simply exists. It is a force that must be respected, not conquered. And so the men sail forward, their hands steady on the ropes, their eyes ever watchful. They do not fear the sea. They fear only what it can take from them when they least expect it. The captain feels the weight of the crew's trust in him, though it is a weight that does not burden him as much as it used to. He has learned, as the men have, that the sea cannot be controlled. It must be endured, and it will always test them. The fear that once gripped him has softened, replaced by a quiet respect for the power of the water. It is the same respect that the men now carry in their hearts, a quiet understanding that they are at the mercy of the sea. But that mercy, like the storm, is unpredictable. The sea may offer them calm for now, but it will rise again, as it always does. Have you ever stood on the edge of something vast, something beyond your understanding, and felt a quiet awe, mixed with fear at its power? The men feel it now, in the deep silence of the sea. It is both their challenge and their refuge. It offers them everything they need, but it also takes from them what they cannot spare. The Vikings have learned to sail its waves, to ride its waves, currents, to live in harmony with it. But they have also learned that the sea is never truly calm, never truly still. It can rise again without warning, and they must always be ready for it. As the ship sails on, the men continue their work. They adjust the sails, trim the ropes, and continue their journey with the steady, unbroken rhythm of life at sea. The tension that once gripped their hearts has faded, but it has not disappeared. There's become something else, something quieter. It is the awareness of their fragility, of their vulnerability. They are not invincible, not masters of the sea. They are simply men who know that survival is never a guarantee. They are survivors because they face the unknown, Endure, and for now, that is enough. The sun climbs higher, casting its golden light on the ship and the men who sail upon it. The sea stretches out in every direction, an unbroken expanse of blue and green, its surface dotted with the occasional ripple or wave. It is both peaceful and unsettling, beautiful in its vastness, terrifying in its unpredictability. But the men sail on, their hearts steady, their minds focused on the task at hand. They have learned to live with the sea. They have learned to sail through it, to endure its challenges, to face its fury. And though the fear lingers in the back of their minds, they know that it is not the fear that defines them. It is their ability to face it and keep moving. Forward. The captain watches the men, his eyes sharp, his thoughts deep. The crew moves with purpose, each man immersed in the task before him. There is no chatter, no jokes, no easy camaraderie. They work, they endure, and they sail. The journey is not a race to the finish. It is not a journey to conquer. It is a journey to survive. The sea will always be there, waiting, testing them, and they will always rise to meet it. As the day wears on, the sky begins to change, the light fading. As evening approaches, the ship sails on, its course steady, its crew on wing. There is no fear of a storm anymore, only the quiet awareness that the sea is never fully tamed. It is a force that cannot be controlled, only endured. So the men sail forward, knowing that they will face the sea again and again and again. Each journey is another test, another chance to prove that they are not broken, not defeated. The men gather around the fire as the night sets in. Faces illuminated by the flickering light. They are silent, their minds still occupied by the journey, by the vastness of the sea, by the challenges that lie ahead. The sea, though calm, is still there, an ever-present force. The crew does not speak of the storm. They do not need to. They know that it is a part of them now, woven into the fabric of their lives. The storm has shaped them, has changed them, but it has not broken them. The sea may rise again, but so will they. As the fire burns low, the men settle into their rest, their bodies weary, their minds alert. The sea continues its quiet hum beneath them, a reminder that it is always there, always waiting. And though the fear never truly leaves them, the fear never truly leaves them, continue to sail because that is what they do. They are Vikings, and the sea is their home. It challenges them, it tests them, but it will never defeat them, not as long as they endure. The ship sails on through the night, its course steady, its crew resolute. The sea is vast, but the men are vast as well. They have faced its fury, and they will face it again. And when they do, they will endure, as they always have. The quiet hum of the sea, always present, seems to become louder as the night deepens. The window gentle presses against the sails, and the ship continues its journey forward, steady and sure. The men are still at their tasks, each movement honed by years of experience, and yet there is a quiet tension in the air. The storm is far behind them, but the fear of what the sea can do lingers in the shadows. The sea, despite its calm appearance now, remains an ever-present force, unpredictable and vast. It is this very unpredictability that shapes the lives of those who sail upon it. The captain stands at the helm, his face illuminated by the faint light of the stars above. His eyes are fixed on the horizon, though he knows that nothing in the distance will offer any clue as to what lies ahead. The sea, for all its beauty, is a place of uncertainty. It gives and it takes, and those who sail it must be ready for both. The captain has faced storms, had his ship ripped apart by violent waves, watched as men were lost to the water, but he is not afraid, not anymore. He has learned to live with the sea, to respect it, and to know when to fight and when to yield. His job is to steer the ship through the endless horizon, but it is the sea that will decide whether they reach their destination safely. The men work quietly, without much conversation. There is no need for words. They have all felt the weight of the sea's power, its unpredictability. The storm is not the only thing that haunts them. It is the knowledge that the sea can change at any moment, and when it does, they must be ready. The crew has learned this lesson time and time again. The sea does not care for their strength, their courage, their experience. It only cares for itself. The sea is a force beyond their control, and it is that very uncertainty that keeps them vigilant. The ship glides steadily through the water, its path clear for now, the sails fill with the wind, the ship moving forward with quiet grace, as though it were a part of the sea itself. The men work with a part of the sea itself, kind of quiet reverence for the sea, their actions slow and deliberate, each task an acknowledgement of the power that surrounds them. They are not rushing, not eager to reach their destination. The journey is what matters now. The sea is their matters now. Teacher, their challenge, and their constant companion. It has tested them, and it will continue to do so, but they are not afraid. Not now, not after everything they have faced. They know that survival is never guaranteed, but they also know that they can endure. The captain takes a deep breath, the cool night air filling his lungs. The stars above twinkle softly, like distant guides, reminding him of the vastness of the world they navigate. He does not fear the sea, not anymore. He has learned to live with its uncertainty, but he cannot ignore its power. It is always there, a reminder that even the greatest ship, even the most skilled crew, is nothing compared to the ocean's will. The sea has humbled him, just as it has humbled every sailor who has ever dared to chart its waters. And yet, despite the fear, despite the danger, he sails on. He sails because he has no choice. Because to be a Viking is to accept the challenge of the sea, to accept the challenge of the sea, dangers, and to survive As the night stretches on, the crew continues their tasks. The wind shifts slightly, the ship adjusting with it. The stars overhead provide the only light in this endless sea of black and blue. The men work in quiet unity, each absorbed in his task, but each aware of the ever-presence of the sea beneath them. The tension in the air is not loud or frantic. It is a quiet tension, a steady awareness that the sea is always a step ahead, always waiting. They do not fear the storm itself. They fear its unpredictability. They fear its ability to rise without warning, to take them all without mercy. But the crew is not paralyzed by fear. They have learned that to live in fear is to never truly live at all. The Vikings do not shrink from challenges. They confront them, and though the sea is vast, though it is powerful and terrifying, they will always face it head on. The sea cannot be conquered. It can only be endured. Have you ever stood on the edge of something so immense? Have you ever stood on the edge of something so it made you feel both small and strong at the same time? The Vikings feel that now, as they sail across the endless waters. The sea is vast, and they are small in comparison, but they have learned that it is not size or strength that makes a man powerful. It is the will to survive, the will to endure, and that is why they sail. They are not conquerors of the sea. They are survivors, and that is what makes them strong. The men continue their work, their faces set with quiet determination. The sea is calm for now, but the storm is always present in their thoughts. The captain stands at the helm, his eyes fixed on the horizon, but his mind is sharp, always calculating, always prepared. The fear that once gripped them has dulled, but it has not disappeared. It is a part of them, now woven into their very existence. The sea will always test them, but they will always rise to meet that test. The fire burns low on the deck, its light flickering softly as the crew gathers around it, their faces drawn and weary. There is drawn and weary. No celebration tonight. The storm is not behind them, not completely. The sea will always be a challenge, and they will always face it. But they are not afraid, not anymore. They know that the sea will test them again, but they also know that they will endure, and that, in the end, is enough. The ship continues on through the night, its course steady, its crew united in their silent resolve. The sea is their home, their challenge, their fate, and though it terrifies them, though it humbles them, they will continue to sail, because that is what they do. The storm might rise again, but they will rise with it. They will endure as they always have. As the ship moves forward, the sea stretches out, vast and unbroken, its surface reflecting the soft light of the moon above. The crew works, their actions quiet, deliberate. There is no fear in their movements. There is only the knowledge that the sea is always with them, always waiting. The storm has passed, but the sea will never stop testing them. They will face it again, and they will endure. The ship sails on, through the quiet night, through the calm waters. But the crew knows that the sea is never truly still. It is always waiting, watching. And they will face it again and again, because they are Vikings, and they endure. The night is long and quiet, the ship moving steadily through the dark waters, its sails unfurling gracefully in the wind. The sea has returned to its tranquil state, but there is a sense of apprehension hanging the air, like the calm before the storm. The men, though accustomed to life at sea, feel the weight of the unspoken knowledge that the ocean can change in an instant. The ship glides on, cutting through the dark water, and yet the uncertainty of what lies ahead never quite leaves them. The terror of the storm that came without warning, the memory of their helplessness when the wind howled and the waves crashed, is not easily forgotten. As the crew continues their work, their movements synchronized but slow. The fear that once gripped their hearts during the storm is now a quiet, constant hum in the back of their minds. They are not of their minds paralyzed by it, but it is always there, like the vastness of the sea itself, unpredictable, ever present, and at times overwhelming. The men move with a quiet precision, the tasks at hand requiring their full attention. There is no rush, no eagerness to reach their destination. The sea has taught them that time moves differently on the water. Things are done when they must be done, and the sea will continue its endless cycle regardless of their haste. The captain, standing at the face helm, stares out at the horizon, his eyes scanning the distance, though he knows that nothing there will offer him answers. The sea, though calm for now, remains ever-changing. It is a force, one that cannot be predicted, controlled, or mastered. It is both beautiful and terrifying in its vastness. The captain has seen its fury before, but each time it feels like something new, something that demands his respect. He knows the sea holds no loyalty. It will give them safe passage for a time, but it will take that safety away just as easily. The ship might be sturdy, but it is only as strong as the men who sail it, and it is the sea, not the ship, that will decide whether they survive. Have you ever stood before something so immense that it humbled you to your core? The sea is that for the Vikings. It is a reminder of their fragility, their mortality, and yet it is also what gives them purpose. Without it, there would be no voyages, no challenges, no triumphs to speak of. The sea is both their home and their grave, a paradox that shapes everything they do. The crew has accepted this, perhaps not in words, but in the steady, unwavering way they sail. They do not seek glory in battle with the sea. They seek only survival, and the sea, in its sea fury, has given them that gift. Time and time again, the men continue their work, the quiet rhythm of the ship's movement keeping them occupied. The fear is there, always, but it has become a part of them. They have learned that the sea is not a place to conquer, it is a place to endure. Each man knows this. He has seen what the sea can do. He has felt its power firsthand, and yet, despite all of that, he continues to sail. The sea will rise again. It always does. But the sea will rise again. It always does. Men will rise with it. They have learned that survival is not guaranteed, but it is possible. The ship moves forward, its sails billowing gently in the wind, and the men work in quiet unison. There is no excitement in the air, no thrill of new discovery, or the thrill of new discovery, or the promise of treasure. The sea, for all its dangers, offers only one thing: the chance to survive. The crew is no longer focused on reaching the end of their journey. They are focused on enduring each moment, on holding steady in the face of the unknown. The sea is not a friend. It is not an enemy. It simply is, and the men, in their quiet determination, sail on. As the day begins to break, a faint light begins to color the sky. The dark night is slowly replaced by the soft hues of dawn. The men shift in their positions, their bodies still heavy with exhaustion, but their movements growing more fluid with the light. The sea is calm, but the horizon is vast and empty. There is no land in sight, only the endless expanse of water. The crew does not speak of where they are going. They know that their journey will end when the sea allows it to end, not when they reach a destination. The sea does not care about their plans. It only cares about its own cycle. The captain watches as the men continue their work, his thoughts drifting toward the horizon. He wonders, as he often does, about the lives of those who have come before him. The sea has swallowed many, taken countless ships and crews, and he has seen the signs. Ships that never returned, men lost to the waves, their bodies never to be found. The Vikings are no strangers to death, but it is not the dying that haunts them. It is the knowing that death can come at any moment, that the sea can rise and take them without a second thought, and it will not care. It will simply continue as it always has, indifferent to the lives of those who sail upon it. The men move with purpose. their faces set with quiet resolve. The storm might be behind them, but they know that the next one is always just over the horizon, waiting for its moment to strike. The sea is never still. It is never quiet for long. It is a force of nature, a force that will always be greater than any man. The crew knows this. They do not fear it, not anymore, but they respect it. They have seen what it can do, and they know that they will face it again, again and again. For as long as they live, the ship continues on, cutting through the water with the same steady rhythm. The men do not rush. There is no hurry. The sea will not change its course for them. They are but tiny specks upon its surface, drifting along, held up by the fragile vessel they call home. The crew has learned to accept this, to live with it. The sea is vast and unyielding. It will always test them. It will always demand more than they can give. But they will sail. They will endure. They will continue forward no matter what the sea has in it store for them. The sun climbs high, the light growing brighter. The fire that once burned low on deck has been extinguished, but the warmth of the day fills the air now, a welcome change after the coolness of the night. The men relax slightly, their shoulders loosening, their movements more fluid. There is no need to rush. There is nothing but the steady glide of the ship through the water. But despite the calm, the men remain alert. They know that the sea could rise again, that it could take them all in an instant. But they are ready. They are ready. Learn that the sea is both their home and their grave, and though it terrifies them, they will never stop sailing. The captain continues to watch the horizon, his mind clear but heavy with the weight of their journey. The sea will always challenge them, but they will always answer that challenge. It is not the storm they fear. It is the knowledge that they cannot control the sea. The ship will carry them. The crew will work together, but the sea will always be in charge. Vikings will continue to sail. They will endure as they always have. The ship lies on, its course steady, the crew moving in unison. The sea is their challenge, their test, and they will rise to meet it time and time again, because that is what they do. The ship moves steadily through the night, cutting across the dark expanse of water. The only sound is the soft lapping of the waves against the hull and the occasional creak of the timbers, familiar and constant. The men, weary but resolute, go about their work with quiet focus. The storm that had once brought them to their knees is now a memory, but its shadow lingers. The fear is not gone, but it has taken on a new shape, a quieter, deeper awareness, always there, just beyond the horizon, always ready to challenge them, to remind them of their vulnerability. The captain stands at the helm, eyes fixed on the horizon, but his mind is elsewhere. He is not just navigating the ship through the water. He is always anticipating, always watching for the signs. The sea, though calm now, can rise up in an instant. It is a beast of great power, and no matter how well they sail, no matter how much they prepare, they are never truly safe from its wrath. But the captain is not afraid, not in the way he once was. The fear he feels now is not the kind that freezes him, but the kind that keeps him vigilant. He knows the sea will rise again. It always does. He undoes. His crew will face it together. The crew works without speaking, their faces set with quiet determination. There is no conversation, no banter, no stories shared around the fire. The men are still and silent, each lost in his own thoughts, but there is a shared understanding among them. They know the sea will always challenge them, always push them to their limits, but they also know that they have the strength to endure, to face whatever comes next. The storm might have passed, but the sea is never truly calm. It only waits, watching, ready to rise again. The ship continues to glide through the water, the wind shifting slightly, sending a ripple through the sails. The men adjust the ropes, trim the sails, and continue their work. Their movements are efficient, practiced, almost automatic, have been sailing together for so long. that their actions are as much a part of them as the very blood in their veins. There is a bond among them, a quiet unity forged through the many challenges they have faced, the storms they have survived. They do not speak of their fears, but they know them. They know that the sea will test them again, just as it always has. The night wears on, the temperature drops, and the stars above shine brighter against the black sky. The fire on deck burns low, its warmth offering a brief respite from the cold. The men gather around it, but they do not speak. There is no need for words. The silence between them is not uncomfortable. It is a quiet acceptance of the journey they are on. Thea, understanding that they must continue to sail no matter what the sea holds for them. They have learned, perhaps more than they ever wanted to, that the sea is a place of both beauty and terror. It offers adventure and danger, but it also offers the chance to survive, to endure. The captain looks down at the crew, his gaze steady and unbroken. He has seen this moment before, this quiet after the storm, this feeling that hangs in the air when the sea is still. But the fear remains, is not a fear that paralyzes, but a fear that keeps them moving forward, keeps them vigilant. The sea is a living thing, unpredictable, fierce, and it demands their attention. The captain knows that no matter how many voyages he leads, he will never be fully in control of the sea. It will rise again, and when it does, he and his crew will face it as they always have, together. The men return to their tasks, their movements calm, but their minds always aware. The sea is not something they can ignore. It is not something they can take for granted. It is a force beyond their understanding, and that is what makes it both beautiful and terrifying. The Vikings do not shrink from it, but they do not pretend to conquer it. Know that to survive on the sea, to sail its waves, is not about defeating it. It is about endurance. It is about surviving the storms, the waves, the fury of the water. And when the sea calms, they rest briefly, but they never forget that it is always waiting. The night stretches on, the ship cutting through the water with a steady, unbroken rhythm. The crew continues their work, and as the hours pass, a kind of quiet settles over them. The fear has not vanished, it never will, but it has softened, settled into the background of their minds. It is always there, a part of their lives, but it no longer dictates their actions. They are not afraid to sail again. They know the risks, and they know that they must face them, because that is what they do. They sail, they endure. As the night deepens, the wind picks up slightly, the sails straining against the force. The ship tilts just enough for the men to adjust, but there is no panic. There is no sense of urgency, only the quiet awareness that the sea is always changing, always testing them. The men work together, adjusting the ropes, trimming the sails, moving with a quiet precision. They do not speak, but their actions are clear. They are ready. They know that the sea will rise, that it will rise. Challenge them, but they will face it. They will endure. That is the Viking way. The captain watches the horizon again, his thoughts drifting back to the storm that almost claimed them. The memory of it still lingers in the back of his mind, but he has learned to live with it. The storm did not break them. It tested them, yes, but it did not defeat them. And when the next one comes, and it will come, they will face it together. They will endure, just as they always have. The ship moves forward, the sea stretching out before them. The men continue their work, their faces calm, but their eyes ever watchful. They know that the sea can change in an instant, that it can rise up without warning, but they are not afraid. They are ready. They have survived before, and they will survive again. The sea might be unpredictable, but they are not helpless. They have learned to ride its waves, to move with its rhythm, to survive its fury, and no matter what comes next, they will continue to sail, because that is who they are. They are Vikings, and the sea is their home. The fire burns low as the night stretches on, the men settling into a quiet rest. The sea hums beneath them, and the stars above seem to watch over them, silent witnesses to their journey. The ship sails on, cutting through the water, and the men know that this journey, like all the others before it, will be marked by challenges, by trials, and by survival. And no matter what comes, they will endure. The gentle rocking of the ship in the early morning hours feels both soothing and unsettling. The sea is calm, the wind's light, and the stars above shimmer like distant memories, casting a faint glow over the men below. The quiet of the night has settled in, a stillness broken only by the occasional creak of the ship's timbers or the soft ripple of the water against the hull. Yet, despite the serenity of the scene, there remains a quiet unease, an awareness that, just beyond the horizon, the sea is ever-changing, waiting to show its true power again. The men, even in their moments of rest, know that nothing can be taken for granted when it comes to the ocean. The captain, as always, stands at the helm. The captain, his eyes searching a vast expanse before him. He is not looking for land. There is no land here, not for miles. He is simply watching, waiting. It is his job to navigate, to guide the ship through whatever the sea brings. But even more than that, it is his responsibility to understand that, in the end, the sea will never be fully under his control. The storm has passed, but the captain knows that the sea, with all its beauty and terror, is always ready to rise again, to challenge them, to remind them that no one is truly safe. The men, though worn from the trials of the past days, are working with their usual efficiency. Their movements are smooth and coordinated, each task carried out without haste or hesitation. But there is a quiet tension in their work now, an unspoken understanding that the sea is always present, always capable of taking them into its depths. The fear of the storm might have dulled, but the sea is still the great unknown, a dull force that has shaped their lives, their very being. The ship glides smoothly through the water, its sails full, and its course steady. The men are not looking for danger, but they are always prepared for it. The sea, with its constant shifting moods, never truly offers rest. The crew does not speak of their fear, but it is present in the way they move, in the way they glance at the horizon, in the way their fingers grip the ropes with a little more intensity than usual. Learn to respect the sea, to understand that survival is never certain. No matter how many times they have braved its storm, the captain's thoughts drift back to the storm that nearly destroyed them. It had come without warning, fierce and relentless. The waves had risen so high that it seemed as though the very ocean itself was trying to swallow them whole. But they had survived. They had fought their way through it, their ship holding strong, their resolve unwavering. Yet the memory of the storm lingers in his mind, a reminder that the sea can take away everything in an instant. It can take lives, it can take ships, and it can take the very spirit of a man if he lets it. Cannot afford to let the sea take his spirit. The sea will always rise, and it will always fall. The storm will come again, perhaps sooner than he expects, but when it does, he will be ready. The crew will be ready. The crew will be ready. They have endured the worst the sea has to offer. They have learned to live with its unpredictable nature, to navigate through its endless dangers. It is not the sea they fear. It is the unknown. It is the realization that, no matter how prepared they are always at its mercy. The crew continues their work, the quiet efficiency of their movements, betraying no hint of the fear that lingers in their minds. They trim the sails, adjust the ropes, and make sure that the ship is in good condition, ready for whatever the sea might bring. There is no excitement now, no thrill of adventure. The storm has stolen that from them. Now, the journey is about survival. The sea might be calm for now, but the men know that calmness is a fleeting thing. The waves will rise again. The wind will shift. The storm will return. Have you ever felt that quiet uncertainty, that nagging sense that the world around you is always on the verge of change, that everything could shift at any moment? The men feel it now. As the ship moves steadily through the water, they are not afraid in the way they were during the storm. But there is always that awareness, always that tension, that the sea can change without warning, And when it does, they will face it. They will endure. As the day moves on, the sky begins to shift from the soft blue of morning to the deeper shades of afternoon. The sun, though bright, feels distant, as though it too knows the sea's power and its ability to turn. The men, though still working, seem to be drawn into their own thoughts. Their faces, once bright with the thrill of adventure, are now marked by a quiet resolve. The sea has taken something from them, something they cannot name. But it has also given them something. It has given them strength. It has given them the will to continue to move forward. Even when the path ahead seems uncertain, the captain stands at the helm, his eyes still fixed on the horizon, though he knows that there is nothing to see. The sea for now is calm, but in his heart he knows that the calm is not to be trusted. The sea is like the storm. It will always come when least expected. It will rise up, and when it does, the crew must be ready to face it, to endure it, just as they always have. The ship continues on, cutting through the water with the steady rhythm of its sails, the men working in quiet unity, the sea always watching, always waiting. The horizon stretches on before them, vast and unbroken. It is both a promise and a challenge. The men do not speak of their fear, but they feel it in the steady beat of their hearts, in the quiet way they move. The sea will rise again. It always does, but they will be ready. They will endure. That is the Viking way. The sun sets slowly, the sky fading from gold to purple to black. The stars begin to twinkle overhead, their light offering the only guide in this vast, uncharted world. The crew gathers around the fire, the warmth of the flames offering a brief respite from the chill of the night air. The men are quiet now, each lost in his thoughts, each reflecting on the journey that has brought them here. The storm is behind them, but its shadow remains. The sea, though calm, is always there, always waiting for the next challenge. As the fire burns low and the men settle into their rest, the ship continues its course. The sea, though quiet for now, is never truly still. It is always moving, always changing, and the men, though weary, know that they must remain ever vigilant, ever ready for what might come next. They have faced the storm, and they have survived, but the sea will rise again, and when it does, they will face it. The night stretches on, the quiet darkness around the ship broken only by the steady creaking of the timbers and the gentle rhythm of the waves. The men sleep fitfully, their bodies tired from the endless journey, but their minds alert, aware of the sea that surrounds them. The air is cool, and the stars above seem to shimmer, almost like distant eyes watching over them. The fire burns low, casting flickering shadows over the deck. The crew lie still, though their thoughts are never far from the water, the sea that has shaped their lives, tested their strength, and reminded them time and again that they are never truly safe, never fully in control. The captain stands at the helm, as he always does, though his posture is less rigid than it once was. He has spent so many nights here, watching the horizon, keeping an ever-watchful eye on the vast expanse of water ahead of him. The sea, for all its beauty, is a place of danger, a place where nothing is predictable, nothing is permanent. He has learned this over the years, has seen how quickly the tides can change, how swiftly the calm can turn into chaos, and yet, despite it all, he continues to sail, continues to guide his crew forward. The fear that once gripped his heart in the face of the unknown has softened, and he is no longer paralyzed by it. Instead, he has learned to live with it, to sail alongside it. Fear is part of the sea, part of the journey, and he knows that as long as they sail, they will face it. The men work in silence, their hands steady on the ropes, their eyes scanning the water. There is no longer any excitement in their movements, no anticipation for the adventure that lies ahead. The excitement of the unknown has been replaced by a quiet acceptance of their situation. They are not seeking treasure or glory. They are not searching for something that lies over the horizon. They are simply surviving, sailing on the endless sea with no end in sight. The storm might have passed, but the sea remains just as dangerous, just as unpredictable. It has no respect for their plans, no care for their plans, desires. It simply is, and they must live with it, must learn to endure it, for it is the only way to live. As the sun begins to rise, casting its pale light over the ship, the men stir from their rest, their eyes adjusting to the new day. The sea remains calm, but the men know that this calm is fragile, that it could shift at any moment. The captain stands a little taller now, his eyes fixed on the horizon, his mind already calculating the next move. The sea does not wait, does not allow for hesitation. The Vikings have learned that they must move forward, even when they are unsure of what lies ahead. To stop, to wait, is to give the sea the chance to strike. And so, they sail on. The ship cuts through the water, the wind filling the sails, and the crew works together with the quiet precision that has become second nature to them. There is no need for words. They know their roles. They know their place. Not about glory, not about power. It is about enduring, about riding out the storms, about facing the unknown without flinching. The sea might rise, it might fall, but as long as they endure, they will survive. The captain looks over his crew, noting the way their faces have changed since the storm, how they have become more reflective, more aware of the dangers that lurk beneath the surface. There is no arrogance in their eyes now, no youthful excitement or bravado. They have learned what the sea can do, and they are known what the sea can do, and they are no longer under any illusions. The sea will never be conquered. It will never be fully understood. It is a force of nature, untamed and wild, and they are simply travelers upon it, doing what they must to survive. Have you ever felt that quiet moment when you realize that you are no longer in control, that there is something far larger than you, something that will always be there, no matter how much you fight it? The Vikings feel it now. They have learned that the sea does not care for them, does not care for their plans or their struggles. It simply exists, and in that existence, they must find a way to live. The sea is both their home and their grave, a place where life and death coexist. It is the thing they fear, the thing they respect, and yet they cannot turn away from it. The men work in unison, their movements fluid and practiced, but there is a quiet tension in the air, a sense of waiting. The sea is calm now, but they know that it will not stay that way forever. It will rise again, perhaps not today, perhaps not tomorrow, but it will rise. And when it does, they will face it. They will survive, because that is what they do. That is what they have always done. And as long as they continue to sail, they will continue to endure. The horizon seems to stretch on forever. The sea, a vast, unbroken expanse of blue. The ship moves through it, its course set, its destination uncertain. But the men know that the sea is not about the destination. It is about the journey. It is about surviving each wave, each storm, each challenge. And as long as they survive, they will continue. The sea will rise. And as long as they survive, the men will rise with it. They will face it again and again and again, and they will endure, because that is the Viking way. As the sun climbs higher in the sky, the crew begins to settle into their rhythm once more. The tasks at hand are familiar, adjusting the sails, checking the ropes, keeping the ship steady. The day passes slowly, the quiet calm of the sea offering no surprises, no sudden challenges. But even in the calm, the men remain vigilant. They know the sea will rise again. It always does. And when it does, they will face it. They will endure. That is all they can do. The men continue their work in silence, their faces set with quiet resolve. The fear of the storm that once gripped them is no longer so sharp. It has softened into something deeper, something quieter. They've learned to live with it, to accept it as part of the journey. The sea will always test them. It will always demand more from them. But they will continue to sail. They will continue to endure. As the evening falls, the sky darkens and the stars begin to appear, one by one, lighting the way. The ship sails on, its course steady, its crew moving in unison. The men, though weary, are resolute. They have faced the worst the sea can offer, and they have survived, and though the sea will rise again, they will continue wise with it. To sail because that is what they do, and that is enough. The ship moves steadily through the water, the wind filling the sails, the men working together in quiet unity. They do no longer afraid. They are no longer seeking adventure or glory. They are simply living, simply surviving, simply enduring, and in that endurance they find strength. The night has come again, and the ship glides through the dark expanse of water, its sails whispering in the wind. The crew, though still weary from their long journey, moves in a practiced rhythm. They work together without the urgency of earlier days, but with a quiet intensity that reveals their understanding of the delicate balance they must maintain. The sea, though calm for now, is always present in their minds. It is not a constant terror, but a quiet awareness, a knowledge that nothing is ever as it seems, especially not in the water. The captain stands at the helm. The captain stands at the helm, his eyes scanning the dark horizon, his hand steady on the wheel. There is no land in sight, only the vastness of the sea stretching out endlessly before them. The stars are bright overhead, their distant light a guide, but they offer little light. Comfort. The captain knows the sea can turn at any moment, and though the ship is sound, though the crew is strong, the sea's power is a reminder of their fragility. He has seen men lost to it, ships torn apart by it, and he knows that no matter how many times they survive, the sea will always rise again. The men continue their work, moving in quiet unity, their faces drawn but focused. The storm is no longer in their minds, but the after effects remain. The fear that had once gripped remain. Them in the middle of the tempest is now a part of them, woven into their very bones. They no longer speak of it, but they feel its shadow. The sea had tested them, had shown them how small they were in the face of its vast, unyielding force. And though the storm has passed, the memory of it lingers, a reminder that the sea is never truly calm. It only waits, always ready to rise again. The ship cuts through the water, its timbers creaking under the pressure of the ocean, but it holds steady. The men are no longer fighting for their lives with every wave, as they had during the storm. The fear of the unknown has been replaced by something else, a quiet understanding of the sea's nature. It is unpredictable. It is dangerous. But it is also beautiful, and for all the terror it can bring, it is the very thing that makes the Vikings who they are. They are sailors, adventurers, survivors, and the sea, for all its fury, is what gives them their purpose. Without it, there would be nothing but landlocked lives, nothing but stagnation. The captain takes a deep breath, feeling the salt air fill his lungs. He knows that there will always be more storms. There will always be more dangers lurking just beyond the horizon. The sea will never relent, but the men, with their quiet resilience, will continue to sail, will continue to answer the call. It is not just survival they seek, it is purpose. The sea offers them that purpose, and in return, they purpose. Will continue to face it again and again because they have no other choice. As the night deepens, the crew settles into their duties, their movements fluid, their eyes always scanning the horizon. There is no panic, no urgency. The calmness of a sea has settled in, but the men know that calm can be deceptive. The captain, though no longer gripped by the same fear he had felt during the storm, cannot help but feel the quiet tension in the air. The sea is always waiting for the right moment to reveal its true power, and when it does, they must be ready. The men are quiet, but not in fear. They are quiet in the way that a soldier is quiet before a battle, aware of the danger, but not overwhelmed by it. They are not overwhelmed by it. Afraid of the sea itself, they are afraid of its unpredictability, of the fact that they cannot control it. The fear is not of the storm. It is of the unknown, of what might rise from the depths at any moment. And yet, despite this, the men continue their work. They continue to sail. They continue to endure. The ship's progress is steady, though slow. As the night carries on, the men move as one, their tasks shifting from one to another with quiet precision. There is no fear in their movements. There is only the understanding that this is what they do. They sail, they work, they endure. The sea, though it can rise and swallow them whole in an instant, will never break them. As long as they are alive, will keep sailing. The captain's thoughts drift back to the storm. It had been unlike any he had faced before. The wind had come from nowhere, the waves rising higher than he had ever seen. The sea had shown them just how powerless they were in the face of its fury, but they had survived, and though the memory of that fear still clings to him, there is a sense of peace in knowing that they had made it through. They had faced the sea at its most unforgiving, and they had come out the other side. It is not victory they have won. It is survival, and that is enough. That is always enough. The night stretches on, the hours passing slowly, and the men continue to work, their movements mechanical now, almost without thought. They have all faced the storm, they have all felt its fury, but now they face the sea's quiet calm. It is almost unnerving in its stillness, as though the sea is biding its time, waiting for the next challenge, waiting for the next test. The men do not speak of it. They do not need to. They know that the sea will always rise again, and when know that the sea will always rise again, it does, they will face it, just as they always have. Have you ever experienced a moment of quiet, a lull in the storm, when you knew that something was coming, but had no idea when? The Vikings feel it now, this quiet between the storms. The sea is calm, but it will not stay that way forever. And when it rises again, they will be ready. They have learned that to survive the sea is not about conquering it. It is about conquering it, enduring it, about facing it head on, even when they know they cannot predict what it will do next. The ship continues its steady course, the crew working without speaking, without hurry. They know the sea will rise again, and when it does, they know will be ready. They will face it, just as they have faced every challenge before. The sea might terrify them, but it will never break them. The sun begins to rise once more, casting its light on the ship and the men aboard. The horizon stretches out before them, vast and unbroken. It is the same horizon that has always been there, the same sea that has shaped them, tested them, and given them purpose. The men do not seek glory in their survival. They seek only to endure. They know the sea will rise again, but they will rise with it. They will continue to sail because that is what they do, and that is enough. The journey continues, as it always does, the crew moving forward with quiet resolve. The sea is never truly tame, but the Vikings are no longer afraid. They have learned to live with it, to face it, to endure. The sea might rise again, but they will rise with it.